I have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to see all of you here. Happy Tuesday. It is August 19th, 2025. And we're going to be talking about fossil science today. So I hope you're ready for that. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick to people like Lady Bumpkins. Is it your first time here? I don't recognize that name. Welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about extinction and evolution, and how we figure this stuff out using the scientific method.
Oh, what is the answer? A prehistoric monster. Well, what do we make
And thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for keeping me here online. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is what I do for a living. This is how I pay the bills. It can be difficult to find, you know, sustainable employment in the field of fossil science, which is kind of ridiculous. There's so much that we as paleontologists contribute to making other people wealthy. It's hard to find a way to make ends meet. I'm sorry, the what? The who? I didn't catch that. Again? What was that? One more time? I didn't catch it. I'm sorry. But thank you, Murph, for the, Oh, Tone Rebellion, thank you for the 12 months. And thank you, Murph, for the gift sub there. Really appreciate that, Murph.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to Lady Bumpkins.
Like I said, this is how I make my living. Called me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist, and you wouldn't be incorrect. I'm actually excited to talk about this. I'm going to be giving a talk in Berkeley about this in a few weeks. Times are tough for scientists right now, especially in the US. But this is how I'm able to make my living, is doing live streams full-time. Whether it's streams from here in the office. Thank you, Kepper MN.
28 months
Appreciate
of
that.
paleontologizing education thumbs up.
Good stuff, Kepper MN. Thank you. 28 months is a long time. Whether we're streaming from here in the office, or whether we're streaming from out in the field. I'm going to be out there again in late September digging up dinosaurs and showing you firsthand how that works. Or whether we're interviewing other paleontologists, whether we're visiting museums, whether we're doing other sorts of IRL stuff. The whole point is to try and give you an inside peek into what fossil science is all about, how it works, how we do it. So if that sounds interesting to you, I hope you stick around. And Strawberry Mochi, hey, good to have you here too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. As always, the bread and butter of our streams here is Q&A. So if you happen to have any questions about fossil science, about the history of life on Earth, about dinosaurs in particular, since dinosaurs are what I actually study, you know, don't hesitate to ask any questions. And thank you, Fluffernut. Oh, thank you, Murph, for gifting Strawberry Mochi. I appreciate that, Murph.
Sub to Strawberry Mochi.
Thank you, Murph.
You need to take some of your own advice.
Oh, what's this?
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Wise words.
Nothing's impossible
Thanks,
except for
Danny.
dinosaurs. Don't
Not
give
wise
up
words.
on life, sir.
Wow.
Fluffernet, thank you so much for the 27 months of support. I appreciate that. That's a long time. Thank you for keeping me here online that long. 28 months from Kepper MN. 12 months from Tone Rebellion. You folks are the reason why I can do these streams. Is that kind of ongoing support. So thank you. And Strawberry Mochi says, I'm currently going to college to be a paleontologist. So excited. That is incredible. Holy cow. Let me know if there's any advice I can give you, anything, any encouragement I could bestow, anything like that. Let me know. I've had kind of an unconventional path in fossil science. But, yeah. What are you interested in particular, Strawberry? Let me know. Are you into dinosaurs? Are you into fossil mammals? Are you into foraminifera or other microinvertebrates?
Playing tag with you,
Yeah. And thank you for the 100 bits, Pyro Kitty's Tavern. Thank you, thank you. We've got a hype train going here, don't we? Beautiful.
The adult.
What do we call that, chat?
Ontogeny.
Woo, hi.
That's right. Might Shiny, thank you for the 23 months at Tier 2. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Good stuff. Good stuff. On today's stream, we're going to be having kind of a loosey-goosey broadcast. We're going to have a lot of, hopefully a lot of questions from the chat. I'll be talking about a few things, though. We've got a new paper on brachiosaurs. So I'll be talking about their vertebrae a little bit if we have a chance to look at that paper. And I also want to talk about sphenodontians. I got a phone call from Papa Jim earlier, from Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah. And he might need to raise some funds for some research on sphenodontian reptiles. So, I wanted to see if folks might be interested in doing some sphenodontian stuff in the future. These are critters like Tuatara. So we'll be talking about that in a bit as well. And, Oh, and holy cow, Jim is here. Jim says, Ed Simpson tells me he can cover the micro CT scan. Thank you, Jim, for letting me know. Okay. Beautiful. That's really exciting. I guess we won't have to do a fundraiser then. And Nivi, thank you for the 16 months.
Dino dance, paleo dance, paleo,
All right.
paleo dance, dino dance.
Or 16 months ago. You're not gruesome, Nivi. Thank you for those 16 months of support. Good stuff. Well, there you go, says Lurdy. I know, right? Ed Simpson, by the way, is the same guy we were talking about yesterday. We've had him on the stream before. Some of you have seen those streams. Some of you actually know him in person.
This flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
And thank you for the 15 months, Renan only. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. It's beautiful. Let's see, playlist. So Ed couldn't actually make it out to the field this year, because I think he was in the middle of moving. But last year, Ed was out with us for a while. I don't know if it was this one, or which one. Let's scrub through these real quick, and I know one of them we were interviewing Krista Sadler, and Ed was there too. Oh, there's Ed in the background there. Beautiful. Okay, here is Krista Sadler talking about her book. There's Jim there in the background. But where is Ed? There we go.
Call it a marsh, but it's a wet place.
There's Jim there.
Yeah, that's about the. Ed has a much better handle on processes and heck.
Here's Ed right here.
Talk about processes I never learned about in college, and I'm not that much older than he is. It's just, I missed the logistics. I did.
Yeah.
I was out writing my dissertation.
Hang on. Strawberry Munchie says, what's your favorite dinosaur/prehistoric animal? Well, dinosaurs are the critters that I study in particular. I'm very fond of a few of them. This is one of the most common questions that I get. I'm fond of ceratopsian dinosaurs. Back in 2012, I found a critter that was a lot like this. It's gonna be a new species once it finally gets published. This is Chasmosaurus right here. I like these guys a lot. They're near and dear to my heart.
It's Marvin.
Hang on.
I said Marvin Berry.
Galardicat. Galarsticat.
Well, listen to this.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Coming right in boots. Well, Galarsticat. How was your stream? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I do fossil science here on Twitch. Whether we're out digging up dinosaurs live in the field, like I was doing just a little while ago. There's me right there.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
And Emi 00, thank you, Emi. Is it Emi or Emmy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, Galarsticat, it's good to have you here. I hope you had an excellent stream. You're doing some Legos, very cool. Started building the Lego T-Rex today, continuing Friday. Excellent, Galarsticat. What does that look like? There. Sorry, chat, we're getting a little distracted here, but I presume it's not this one, because that one doesn't look like it takes very long to put together. These are so much better than when I was a kid. The Lego dinosaurs when I was a kid were pretty terrible. Like, they weren't great. Is it this, possibly? And thank you, Donner Got, for the 5 gift subs.
Donagot 89
Thank you
just
kindly.
changed things with those 5 gift subs.
That's lovely. That's really, really nice. The big one beneath it. Is it this one?
Out of the ground is a slow process.
And thank you, Vigilante FR. Vigilante, I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Is it this one? Holy cow. That one. Awesome.
Dinosaurs are just cool. Let's check them out.
Dinosaurs are cool. Dyson Dinosaur knows us better than just about anybody.
5 raiders are here to check him out too.
Filippo Bertozzo, Dyson Dinosaur, a fellow dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch. Go give him a follow, too. Thank you for the raid, Dyson Dinosaur. How was your stream? Hope it was real good. So yeah.
All
And-
dinosaurs are thin at one end, much thicker in the middle, and then thin again at the far end.
Hey, paleo science, paleo science, paleo science.
That's a brand new alert right there. You're the first one ever to trigger that, Tactical Sponge. 56 months. Holy cow. And that reminds me, we've got a graphic to look at put together by Matt Wadle and colleagues, I think, about sauropod body plans. But that same thing applies to them. Anywho. This looks really cool. I'm impressed with this. Yeah, the skull on this, not too shabby. I'm working on my own Tyrannosaurus skull build right now. Well, the build is done. But I need to finish painting and mounting the thing. But this is nice. We've got the Neris. We've got the antorbital fenestra, the orbit, post-orbital fenestra. This is really good. There might even be... Is there a maxillary fenestra there too? If so, I will be impressed. There is! I'm assuming this is the same skull. But, even the maxillary fenestra is right there. That's really nice. Joe Ventura Music, thank you for the 100 bits.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you for an additional 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. We've got, we're on our way to a level 4 here. That's brilliant. This is my Tyrannosaurus skull that I've been building. It is life-size, 3D printed. I'm working on painting this right now, and I just got some electrical conduit to use as a mount for this. I'm building an armature to display it, and with any luck, I'll be delivering it to the museum on Friday. Here we go.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you for the third 100 bits there, Joe Ventura Music. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Yeah. There we go. I'm trying to pull up this mock-up real quick. Let's see. There we go. So this is what I'm currently trying to put together. Not trying to. Succeeding in putting together. It's a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull 3D print that's going to go on display at the Children's Museum of Fremont, California. Really excited about this. It's going to be pretty darn cool. Lordy says, we definitely carried 4 12-foot, 1-inch metal conduits home from the hardware store. It was mostly Danny doing the carrying. Yeah, that was, so they're way too big to fit in my car. So, yeah, I'm going to be cutting up that metal conduit and then building a framework for it tomorrow, with any luck, so I can deliver the thing on Friday. Then he's like, want to go for a walk? Yeah, Lordy didn't know she was going to have to help carry several dozen pounds worth of aluminum home. Anyway, Lordy was a really good sport about it. And she's right, I did do most of the carrying. Yeah. And must have taken a few minutes to print that one, says Astronomy Show. Yeah, it is life-size. And so, yeah, it's pretty big. In fact, we have a little video that showcases that. Here we go. It's one of the clips in here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. There it is right there.
I thought this was a good idea.
Yeah, who did think that was a good idea? Maybe me?
3D printing. It's pretty big.
Yeah, so pretty large Tyrannosaurus skull. This is, again, printed life-size. This is the Maximus specimen, which is a commercial specimen that's been lost. It's in a private collection somewhere. Nobody seems to know where it is. It seems to have been lost to science. But this will be the first time that this particular skull ever appears in a museum, as far as I know. Given that I was able to get access to some 3D files unexpectedly last December, I scooped those up, started printing immediately, and it's only taken, what, 9 months to get it ready for display in the museum? It's not too shabby. Yeah.
Who thought this was a good idea?
And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Oh, there you go. So anywho, really cool that you were working on your own Tyrannosaurus there, Galarsticat. Very, very cool. It's neat that that LEGO produces one of those now. Good stuff. Anywho, I had a question beforehand. What are some of my favorite dinosaurs? Ceratopsians like Chasmosaurus are among my favorites. I found Found one of these guys back in 2012 that should be a new species when it eventually gets published. So that's pretty exciting. Critter like this. This is another one of my favorites, Alvarezsaurids like this guy. I'm one of the authors on the Hell Creek Alvarezsaurid, the one from the very end of the Cretaceous period, the last Alvarezsaur that we know of, from about 66 million years ago. That one's called Trirarchuncus prairiensis. The name means Captain Hook of the prairie, on account of those hook-like claws. And I'm also very fond of Spinosaurids. Like, for instance, I'm trying to find you a good illustration of Baryonyx. I work on these guys too, so there's some of my favorites also. I've got a few other favorites. My favorite dinosaurs tend to be the ones that I have a personal connection to, ones that I've worked on, ones that I've dug up or studied or been involved with in some way like that. Sketchy Tracks, thank you for gifting Galars to Cat. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. And Wolvulus. Sorry I missed your question till right now. Let me get to it. My nephew, 7 years old, wants to ask you a question. Ooh, okay. If dinosaurs were alive... Well, they are. Birds are dinosaurs. But I presume you mean non-avian dinosaurs. So we'll run with that. Non-avian dinosaurs. If non-avian dinosaurs were still alive, do you think we would be able to keep them in theme parks or zoos? Jurassic Park-like? Or do you think they would be too difficult to keep contained? Ooh. So my opinion, as someone who studies dinosaurs, over whether or not you could keep them in captivity, yeah, why not? You know? They're animals. They're not monsters. They're not some sort of, you know, magical, mythical creature. Some of them might be more difficult to keep in captivity than others. And the same way that keeping an elephant in captivity is more difficult than keeping...
Wagal gifted 6 months of tier 1 to Wolvulus.
I don't know, keeping a house cat.
Channel.
Hello, sweetie pie. Are you going to come up here? A lot of dinosaurs were tremendously large. Things like, you know, some of these huge sauropods. Like, you know, brachiosaurs or like, you know, critters like this. Some of the big sauropods like Patagotitan. Ridiculously large animals. But there's nothing, I think, particular about dinosaurs that would make them all that difficult to keep in people are able to keep all kinds of different animals in captivity. It's not always a good idea. It's not always a kind thing to do. But the point that I'm trying to make is that dinosaurs were not monsters. So in Jurassic Park, they're breaking out of their cages, they're eating people.
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm destroying, never.
No, glue is cheap.
And Camaro King, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. And sure, some big carnivorous dinosaurs would have been supremely dangerous animals. And so many distractions. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for the gift sub to Emi there.
Sketchy Tracks gifted a tier 1 sub to Amy_0_0.
Appreciate that, Sketchy Tracks. Thank you. And thank you, Jacob the director.
Perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the
Earth, and we wouldn't be here, exactly. That's funny, that kind of cut him off. Jacob the director, thank you for the follow. So I don't know, the point is, dinosaurs were animals, not monsters. They're not some sort of mythical creature or something, they're animals. Think of them as animals and, you know, yeah. Oh, animals like Sweetie Pie. Is it time for treats for Sweetie Pie? Is that what's going on here? Aw.
Tradoon.
Already I've got cat hair all over my face. I swear, Sweetie Pie, it gets stuck in my facial hair and in my eyebrows. It's just, it's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know how you do it. I thought I had a hairy face. You take that to an extreme, don't you? Don't you? Yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, it depends also on the species within the same clade. It's a really good point, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, so... you may have seen these guys in aquaria before. Sand tiger sharks. These guys are, despite their scary appearance, they're sweethearts. They're very easy to keep in captivity. They're very mellow, very chill. We'll find them in our tree of life. Sand tiger shark. They're very popular in like an aquarium setting because they're very impressive. They are really scary looking, but they're easy to take care of. All right, so is that these guys? Bumpy tail, ragged tooth. So they're, you know, a kind of lamnoid shark, which I think great whites, white shark. Yeah, there we go. So the great white shark. The white shark is a member of this same clade right here. The lamnoid sharks. But great whites, you can't really keep them in captivity. They don't thrive there. People have tried many, many times. But it doesn't work that well. There we go.
There are some shark species that seem to do okay in aquariums. You'll see a lot of nurse sharks, zebra sharks, some reef sharks, and sand tiger sharks.
Sand tiger sharks, yep.
Great white. For
Yeah.
decades, aquariums have tried to contain the world's largest predatory fish. Institutions like Marineland, SeaWorld, and the Steinart Aquarium repeatedly took in white sharks during the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, at times drawing huge crowds. But they never lasted long. Some needed help swimming, none of them would eat. The longest one lasted was just 16 days. A 1984 report by the Steinart Aquarium put it this way.
That's the Steinart Aquarium, by the way, is right here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Steinart Aquarium is part of the California Academy of Sciences. So it's my home turf. This is where I live. Anyhow.
In most cases, it could be said that all of these captive sharks were merely in the process of dying, with some taking longer than others.
They had constructed an elaborate transport tank with a harness and IV fluids, but still couldn't keep the sharks alive.
Yep.
It wasn't until 2004 that the Monterey Bay
I got to see this
proved
briefly.
that it was possible to keep white sharks for at least 6 months. It took a massive effort, and no one's done it since.
Yep. So anyway, if you want to continue watching this, here's a link. But the point is, even though they're not super distantly related, yeah, so they're both part of this group. I don't know what the name of this clade is, but sand tiger sharks and great white sharks are they're both members of this group. There's only 25 living species, and yet one of them is really easy to take care of in captivity, and one of them is just about impossible. There would have been, I'm sure, certain kinds of dinosaurs that would have had interesting differences like that too. Some of them would have been far more finicky, and some of them would have been far more easygoing. So these are things that you can kind of speculate about, but without seeing the animals in the flesh and being able to study them, you know, it is just speculation. So yeah, to answer the question, would you be able to keep dinosaurs in captivity? It's not impossible, certainly not. But there'd be a lot of weird, interesting surprises along the way too. And that's actually one of the things that I really like about the novel Jurassic Park is, Michael Crichton has a lot of fun kind of exploring this idea, where there's all of these surprises. Certain dinosaurs like to hang out in trees, and nobody expected that. The Tyrannosaurus consistently gets sunburn if it's outside in the open. The raptors, the Velociraptor, aka Deinonychus, keep escaping. Yeah, it was just kind of like a fun little thought experiment. So, yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Sourdough says, don't sharks and fish need constant water flow in their gills to breathe? Certain species do and certain species don't. White sharks do. They need to consistently keep swimming, or they'll drown. Or they'll at least, they won't be able to breathe. But other sharks, like, I think maybe among them sand tiger sharks, nurse sharks, leopard sharks, they could just hang out on the bottom and use their buccal pump to kind of pump water over their gills without swimming. So, hang on, sweetie pie. I'll get you some treats in a minute. Let's see. Well, actually, that video that we were just watching might even talk about that. Because they need to have huge tanks for certain species of shark. Yeah. There we go. Let's see right here.
To travel from Southern California, where the sharks were born, up to the aquarium. Sharks, like all fish, need to have water continually passing through their gills in order to get oxygen.
Yep.
Most species can open and close their mouths to pump water through,
Buccal
but
pumping,
white sharks and a couple dozen other species don't do that. To breathe, they have to move forward through the water with their mouths open. That's why white sharks start to weaken as soon as they're caught in a net. And that's why they...
So, who knows? Maybe there are certain groups of dinosaurs that were obligate migrators. They needed to move around. All that. We don't know. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Othnelia, we're hanging out in trees. Exactly, Crimson, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. And hey, Science Streams, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Sporky says, how do they sleep then? How do critters like white sharks sleep? They do it in the same way that dolphins do, I think. Or maybe it's vaguely similar, I'm not sure. I think it's a similar idea, where they swim while they're asleep.
They needed a custom-built
Oh boy. Okay. How do white sharks sleep? Let's take a look at this quick video from Odyssey Aquarium in Scottsdale, Arizona.
My name is Johnny May, and I am a senior animal care specialist here at Odyssey Aquarium. Do sharks sleep? Sharks don't necessarily sleep in the way you and I might think. So some sharks actually have to remain in motion, otherwise they can't breathe. And those types of sharks are called obligate ram ventilators. A great example of this is going to be our scalloped hammerhead sharks, which can be found in our deep ocean exhibit. Other sharks, like our nurse sharks, can rest peacefully on the bottom and actually actively draw water through their mouth over their gills, allowing them to breathe. And that's called buccal pumping.
That didn't really answer our question. So some of these guys, they're kind of like half asleep as they swim, apparently. Here's some Encyclopedia Britannica.
There are more than 400 living species of sharks in the world's oceans, and it's a common misconception that no sharks ever sleep. A shark's sleep looks quite different from ours, notably lacking a bed, pillows, and closed eyelids.
Yeah.
So how does a shark sleep deep down underwater?
It's an interesting diamond and arsenic.
Different species of sharks use different breathing methods to engage in periods
So I think that's basically what they're going to say here in this video. Check it
of
out.
deep rest. Many types of sharks, including the great white shark and whale shark, need to keep moving for oxygen to pass through their gills to stay alive.
Yep.
These sharks employ obligate ram ventilation, meaning they pull water in through the mouth and force it out through their gills while swimming. So while they can't be stationary, these sharks can fall into a sleep-like state while keeping their mouths open to catch water, and their eyelids open to monitor the movement of creatures around them. Other sharks can stop moving to rest using a breathing method called buccal pumping. This allows sharks to inhale water and pump it out using their cheek muscles by raising and lowering the floor of the mouth. They can stop swimming because they are actively pumping water, as opposed to letting it pass through their gills as they swim. Nurse sharks even nap on the sea floor. However, they use a form of ram ventilation in which they draw in water through nostril-like structures near their eyes, called spiracles, and force it out through the gills. So if a shark has its eyes open and is moving, how can we tell whether it's sleeping? Studies show that a shark might have a more relaxed posture, be less responsive to divers near it, and even have a lower metabolic rate if it is resting, similar to how we recognize sleep in humans. Sharks that use obligate ram ventilation might drift into strong currents to rest,
The dinosaurs
so that
had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
And we wouldn't be here. Exactly, non-Euclidean entity. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
water passes through their gills more quickly even as they swim at slower speeds. Next time you see a shark at the aquarium, maybe avoid tapping the glass and instead wish it sweet dreams.
Yeah. Really neat little video from Encyclopedia Britannica. You know what? I'm impressed. I don't know how that only has 1.5 thousand views, but here's a link to it right there. Good stuff. Yeah, the video's a lot better than some of their articles, frankly. A lot of the Encyclopedia Britannica articles on dinosaurs are grievously out of date and not particularly well sourced. But anywho, like Wikipedia is miles better. But I'm impressed with that video. That's really good. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, let's get you paid here, huh? Would you like that? She's like, it's about time. Goodness. All right, Sweetie Pie. All right, let's get you some treats, huh? Oh, here we go. Actually, no, those are the wrong ones. Here we go. This is what we want. Yeah. There we go. How's that? Ho, 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 ho. Good stuff. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? You like that? Is that good? Is that good? Yeah, get those dental treats. Anywho, yeah. And frilled sharks are really cool, Dr. Terminator. They are really, really cool. Man, if I had to pick a favorite shark, I wonder what I would pick. I'd have to think about that. Yeah. Whale sharks are very cool apers, and I really like basking sharks as well. I think they don't get enough attention. Basking sharks are really neat. Yeah. They kind of inhale their food in a way that I'm glad Sweetie Pie is not doing right now. She's actually doing some chewing. She had some dental work last week, and I'm glad that she feels comfortable chewing again. Good stuff. Good stuff, sweetie. Yeah. What do you think? You satisfied? Licking those chops? Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, good stuff. What was I doing before we got so distracted? Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about Ed Simpson. So I don't grouse at you again about...
Yeah, well, Chris is a lot lighter than I am.
So there's Professor Ed Simpson right there.
Doc Simpson is his username from the other day. You might remember him saying hello to us, and he was kind enough to bring us dinner last night when he dropped by.
Ed's been a great supporter, not of just our crew, but of this channel.
Me and Fisher. But I don't know. Honestly, I should have been more proactive about saying that, but we got French fries at least, you know, even if we didn't eat the Philly cheesesteak. But that was very kind of you, though, so thanks for bringing that.
Soggy French fries.
Yeah. So anyway, Ed is a professor of geology.
Ed, what is a sedimentologist, first of all, and why is that kind of work important?
So we study sedimentary rocks, and it's the easiest way to put it. Lots of resources in it.
Yeah.
Oil, gas. You know, that's the economic end.
So you could make good money as a sedimentologist, potentially.
Oh, I could have made a lot of money.
Might have to sell your soul a little bit, but yeah.
Years ago. But it's not what my interest is. It's education and trying to learn things.
Right. Yeah.
These things.
So where did you teach?
I'm still a faculty member at Kutztown University in Eastern Pennsylvania.
Nice.
I think I'm heading into year 37, maybe.
Wow. Nice. Yeah.
30
Impressive.
years in administration. 20.
Anyway, Ed is great, and he's been a wonderful supporter, not just of this channel, but of our work out there in the field. He brought us dinner the night before this. Ed's a great guy to have around. I like him a lot. Very lucky to know him. And I got a call from Jim Kirkland, the state paleontologist of Utah, just before we started the stream today. Here's Jim here.
That's what got me to say, Krista, would you get to doing a book on the Cedar.
So Jim called me and he said, "Hey, Danny, how would you feel about doing some fundraising potentially, in order to raise some money to study an important sphenodontian fossil?" So this right here is pretty remarkable. Inside is the skeleton of a lizard-like reptile called a sphenodontian. Now, sphenodontia is, I think, a very underappreciated group. There's only one species left in the entire world nowadays. It is Sphenodon punctatus, the tuatara. This is an animal that you might think looks like a lizard. It is not a lizard. So it is just outside of squamata, which are the lizards and snakes, being a kind of lizard. But there we go, Lenina and Golganek. There you go. Yes, indeed. The tuatara, really, really cool creature. There used to be literally hundreds, if not thousands, of species of these guys during the age of dinosaurs. From the Triassic through the Cretaceous periods, they were all over the place. Living on land, living in the trees, living in burrows in the ground. Some of them even became marine. We have marine sphenodontians, guys that actually became fully aquatic. They may have still laid their eggs on land, or maybe they gave live birth to young in the water. We don't really know, as far as I am aware. But we've got a really, really cool one from the Cedar Mountain Formation. There's a bunch of bones that you can see in here, and this is a super important critter. It very well might be a new species, a new genus, and it needs to be micro-CT scanned. So to be put in a big device like this, that you sometimes have in like a hospital setting, and that can be pretty pricey. So we were going to need about $700 in order to get that scanned. I say we were going to need that because I guess Jim talked with Ed Simpson here, and Ed is like, "Yeah, I'll pony up $700." So holy cow! I thought we were going to have to run a whole fundraiser here. This is going to be like a weeks-long project for us. And Ed took care of it. So huge paleo salute to Ed Simpson for doing that. It kind of frees us up to do some other things. We can still talk about sphenodontians, about these incredible animals. And I'd still like to. Jim was telling me that he was really proud. He's like, yeah, you know that U.S. postage stamp with the sphenodontians on it? And I go, huh? I did an image search. And of course, oh yeah, I know this one. I have this one. Let me grab it real quick and I'll show you. Hang on just a minute. This is from the late 1990s, from James Gurney's World of Dinosaurs U.S. postage stamp set. Right here. Some of you will be familiar with this. Some of you, I'm sure, have seen this before. The World of Dinosaurs. And we have some sphenodontians right there. Genus Apistheus. There we go. Jim was really proud because he said, those are there because of me. Like, holy cow, Jim, that's awesome. I guess Jim was talking with James Gurney about this, the artist, because we've got some mammals, some opossum-like mammals in the Cretaceous scene. Jim is like, we've got good sphenodontians from the Morrison Formation. Why not feature them? And they've got their own stamp right there, which is super cool. So, yeah, pretty darn cool. I would love to do a super high-res scan of this and then print this out as like a 8.5 by 11, because it's just gorgeous. I betcha... Yeah, that might even be available somewhere online. Let's see... James Gurney, World of Dinosaurs, Apistheus. There we are. Well, that's somebody selling the stamp loose. Oh, that's cool. There's a book about this too. Neat. Anyway, James Gurney is brains and talent behind Dinotopia. If you're familiar with that series, he's the creator of Dinotopia. And big inspiration to me. His art style has had a lot of influence upon my own art style, my own process. Casey Snorts is one of my favorite paleo artists, hands down. Me too. Absolutely. I'd never seen the stamp before. Yeah, very cool, right, Petrodactylus? Here, James Gurney actually has a video that you can purchase called How I Paint Dinosaurs. It's kind of like a how-to. And here's a little trailer for it here.
Figures.
I found it well worth it when it was like $10 or something. Here's a little intro.
Take a journey back through time. What would we see? What did our world look like ages ago, during the time of the dinosaurs?
Hey, isn't that cool, Casey? Yeah.
The land was warmer than it is now, and the oceans were higher. Florida was underwater.
As was much of California.
A warm, saltwater sea divided North America in two.
Yep. Laramidia is that continent there.
Was a lost continent known as Laramidia. Recently, I worked with paleontologist Scott Sampson to bring to life...
Well, hang on. Don't get ahead of us here. Laramidia. is well, that's where I was working in Wyoming back in June. So this ancient North American subcontinent
West was a lost continent known as Laramidia.
So we were digging in rocks that represent the eastern coast of Laramidia about 73 million years ago. And I thought it'd be fun to make some t-shirts, so I designed and printed this myself. We could wear this around town without like advertising like, hey, we're digging dinosaurs. But it's like, if you know, you know. So I gave one of these to Ethan too, and he really liked that. Yeah. I figured it'd be neat to have like collegiate lettering. It just says Laramidia, so I'm like, yeah, why don't I just make it? Here we go. Laramidia U, says Boba Vinks, yeah. So, yeah, good stuff.
Recently, I worked with paleontologist Scott Sampson to bring to life the dinosaurs that he has discovered along the shores of this vanished world.
There you go, Dr. Terra, yeah.
I drew sketches of giant crocodiles grabbing young dinosaurs by the tail and pulling them down. I imagined battles
Strahl,
of
how are you
bull
doing?
cosmoceratops fighting off challenges from their rivals. Tyrannosaurs lurking at the edge of the swamp, waiting to catch the unwary. Attacking from behind, they would immobilize their prey with powerful jaws and heavy three-toed feet.
Anywho, in this video, James Gurney kind of walks you through the process that he has.
First, I made wire skeletons. Then I built up the flesh with clay.
So he's making these maquettes like this so he can see how the light plays on them.
Then I painted the figures and set them up under a bright light.
It's a laborious process,
now
but
I could see how the light and shadow played across the overlapping forms.
Yeah.
I drew the scene in pencil, and I was ready to paint.
So what's really cool is that, you know, James Gurney is, as far as I know, classically trained. Like, this is kind of old school stuff. I feel like you could replicate a lot of these techniques digitally nowadays in a program like Blender. So rather than physically sculpting a model and being able to hold it in your hands, you could do that digitally, where you're sculpting a model by hand in the computer and applying different lighting conditions to it, different perspectives, stuff like that, and then you can kind of do that. So that's how I do a lot of my art when I'm doing like a life reconstruction of a dinosaur. Is I'm replicating a lot of these same steps, but I'm doing them digitally. It's a heck of a lot less expensive than having to buy all that modeling clay and paint and everything else, and in some cases it's quicker too. You can also Control Z when you want to undo something. So I don't know, it's better suited to my situation. But it would be beautiful to have like a whole art studio like James Gurney has here. It's just and Casey Stewart says Blender has brought this method into the modern era. Many illustrators and comic creators do this. Interesting. I didn't know that. But that was a widespread thing. That's awesome. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So anywho, super cool. He's got a big old brachiosaur there, just like I do right here. I love that. Yeah. So you'll notice that James Gurney's got a lot of reference material.
Bony horns. It was one of the most highly ornamented of the ceratopsians.
It's got a whole ceratopsian lineup right
known
there.
For their elaborate horns and frills.
Yeah. I've got some maquettes and stuff like that I use as well. I got this as an artist's reference a while ago. I somehow found it on sale, which is really nice. This is a Beasts of the Mesozoic Tyrannosaurus model right here. I couldn't afford to get the super big one, but this one should be good enough for a lot of my purposes. So I can pose this in different ways, and then take a photograph from different angles, and it can help me kind of come up with the proper perspective and like, you know, get some clues to the lighting and everything else. So I'm excited to use this for some upcoming projects. It's kind of like the Tyrannosaur equivalent of these guys. There we go. I've seen artists use this before to like help kind of pose a human figure. This is the Tyrannosaur equivalent to that. Anywho, it's good stuff. Carvo says it sucks when you forget to save. Well, that's why you have autosave. But yeah. Can you 3D print stuff from Blender? I can, and I have. Steph Meowl, yeah. Yes, indeed. It's good stuff. Yeah. Crone Opost, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizer. Yeah. Urban based. No, I haven't heard of that generic spin-off. Interesting. Yeah. Anywho, I need to get back into Blender. I was teaching myself how to use Blender before I left for the field this year at the end of May, and I need to get back into that. There's so much left to learn. But that's a great program, and it helps me with my own kind of my own art. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video from James Gurney. And if you yourself are an artist and would like some tips on how to paint dinosaurs, you can watch this, see some of James's other stuff.
By sculpting its portrait, painting it, and taking it outside,
you can even buy his hour-long video, which I found really helpful too. There's a real kind of
colorful,
a real kind of joy and a sense of accomplishment and a personal fulfillment that I find comes from doing artwork yourself. Nowadays, there's all these like kind of AI shortcuts and things like that that not even shortcuts. It's not a shortcut. It's like well, shoot. Something that doesn't really require any effort, and that's very much reflected in the final product. Getting back to Ed Simpson, who is providing the money for that Svinananshin research. I told this story yesterday, but at Utah Raptor State Park, which is newly opened in Utah, they've got some cool fossil displays and stuff there. They started getting some merchandise, and at first it didn't go well.
It's
Let me show you what I mean.
Paleontologist version of heaven.
And thank you, Chris Tikal, for the follow. Hello, hello. It's good to have you here, Chris Tikal. Thanks for following. So apparently somebody at Utah Raptor State Park thought it would be a great idea to use AI, basically like an LLM image generator thing. You know, an automated plagiarism machine. They thought it would be a great idea to use that to produce some postcards featuring dinosaurs for Utah Raptor State Park. And let me just say, it did not go well.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Just awful. Just dog water. How in the world did they think that... So I guess this is supposed to be Gastonia? Which is an armored dinosaur that's been found in the Cedar Mountain Formation, like at Utah Raptor State Park. So that animal should look like this. We've got fairly complete osteology for this critter. I think we've got basically the majority, if not all, of the skeleton. We know what it should look like. It should look like this. Not like this. Just abysmal. You know? Just dog water. Basura. Garbage. Yeah. Anyway. Apparently Ed Simpson went there and he was looking through the merch and he saw this postcard. And he went over to the front desk and he says, yeah, how many of these you got? And they're like, oh, we've got 300 of them or something like that. 50, I don't know what it was. And he's like, I'm going to buy all of them. So he did. He bought all of them. And they said, thank you very much. And he turns around and he says, he hands them back the box and he goes, now that I've bought them, destroy these. And get yourself some actual art. So, yeah. So good on him. Big paleo salute to Ed Simpson. Not just for doing that, but for supporting our research and field work, for being a supporter of this channel, and also for supporting that Sphenodontine research so I don't have to do a fundraiser for that. So, huge applause for Ed Simpson. Anyway, yeah, really happy about that. There go 3 creations, yes indeed, yeah. And Dr. Terminator says, I bet a Twitter event for paleo artists could make some good art for the park. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. And so apparently they've got some stuff in the works where, yeah, they're going to be getting some proper artwork produced. I'm excited about that. Smake5, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And I actually ordered one of these guys for myself. It wasn't cheap. It's like 20 or 30 bucks. This little plastic model. I got one of these for Jim for his birthday last year because Gastonia is his baby. He discovered this dinosaur. He named it. He described it. But I want one of these that I can bring with me into the field next year. Not next year, excuse me, next month. Because I'm going to be digging up a bunch of Gastonia with Josh Lively and crew. And I want to have a nice visual aid. I could have sculpted and 3D printed and painted one myself, but I don't think I have time for that. I've got too many other things going on right now. So I'm purchasing this lovely model. And it should be arriving in a week or two, hopefully. And I can use it as a nice visual aid when we're out there in the field. So, yeah. This won't be the last you see of this guy. Chat. I'll see him later. Anywho, yeah. Oh, you had art. Oh, very cool, Petrodactylus. Prehistoric art show that anyone in the world could submit to. That's very cool. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Speaking of work in the Cedar Mountain Formation, where I'm going to be out there in 1 month's time, actually. A month from now, I'm going to be out there in the field. There we go. Is this it here? This is from PBS. Excellent. I just watched this last night for the first time. Okay, little bit of background info first. 2 years ago, I was out in the field with Jim Kirkland and Don DeBlue and Ethan Cowgill and crew, and we were talking with Josh Lively, who is going to be doing some more excavations out there in the Cedar Mountain Formation at a place called Laurie's Site. At Laurie's Site, they've got a whole bunch of Gastonia. That's these guys. Whole bunch of them. It's a whole bone bed. Just incredible site. All kinds of beautiful fossil material from these guys and from some other critters similar to Utahraptor as well. And I was really excited to go out there and help with that in September of 2022. Really, really jazzed to go out there. And then I was talking with Josh on the phone, I think, and he said, oh, shoot, unfortunately, Danny, you won't be able to do that because we've signed a contract with the British Broadcasting Corporation. We're going to be in the new Walking with Dinosaurs documentary. And the contract stipulates that there can be no other photographs, video, media, anything like that at the site until the program airs. So for the past 2 years, I haven't been able to go out there because I need to be able to stream in order to pay the bills. So if I go out there and can't stream, that's no good for me. Like, that's not workable. For the past 2 years, I've had to stay away from that site and not do cool fieldwork live streams because of this contract with the BBC. Well, now, finally, that's over. Walking with Dinosaurs has aired, and Josh and Jim and Don are all in it. And I can show you a clip from that right here. Yeah.
Here, like an arms race. Each improvement by
and this is interesting. Different narrator than I was watching the BBC one.
Attack or defense then needs to be matched by the enemy. This arms race took place over more than 20 million years between the ferocious Utahraptor and its would-be prey.
So this is, I haven't seen this. Like, these are stills and stuff from the part that I watched, but different narration, different storytelling. We might even see some new clips with Jim and Don here.
Gastonia.
Here we had raptors.
There's Jim.
And armored dinosaurs here for 22 million years. So it was an arms race, both of offensive weapons and defensive.
Oh, this is great.
Over 105
this is great.
million years ago, Utahraptor had taken advantage of an earlier extinction event. In the absence of other major predators, Utahraptor ballooned in size, twice as long and up to 10 times heavier than the iconic Velociraptor, making
twice as long? More like 3 times as long. Shoot. But yeah.
Raptors, the largest raptors ever to walk the earth. And suddenly, much bigger herbivores were on the menu, including Gastonia. But Gastonia was far from defenseless.
This is the spiniest dinosaur that probably ever lived.
That's Gastonia Lori McWhinney, not Gastonia Burgeye, but Gastonia Lori McWhinney. So that critter might have been even spikier than this guy. Jim thinks that maybe Gastonia Lori McWhinney is the direct descendant of Gastonia Burgeye right here. So the one that we'll be digging up should be even spikier than this guy. Longer spines, you know, bigger osteoderms, bigger splates. A splate is the term for, it's like a cross between a spine and a plate. So it's like a big spiny plate. Yeah. Splates are, it's such a great term. Here, let me find that in this book. Where'd I put that? Here we go. Yeah. Man, I've been so jazzed for getting back out to the field. I've been trying to prepare every way I can think of. But this is a book that Jim recommended to me that I pick up before I get out there. So this is about these kinds of ankylosaur dinosaurs, but from England. England and the Isle of Wight and surrounding areas. But where is that?
there's a really neat table here. There we go. Splate. There you go there. Splates are plates with a spine emerging from the upper segment. Approximately the upper 1/3 is a narrow spine. So the splates are essentially these parts here. Or maybe they're these, actually. Yeah. Anywho. I'm going to become fully familiar with these by the time I get out there. But, a spiky plate? A splate! Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of, kind of reminds me of this. Spoon, fork, spork. It's the same with the splate. Is it a spine? Is it a plate? It's a splate. Good stuff. Anyway, Gastonia, really, really neat animal.
Paleontologist Jim Kirkland has found hundreds of Gastonia bones across the Utah desert, all of which have revealed that this animal was armored like a tank.
Spines on their back, spines on their sides, spines on their tail. And this animal, these elements seem to be the biggest, the spiniest of each one of these things.
So, I don't know if armored like a tank, because tanks are they're supposed to be fairly sleek, in the sense that you don't want a bunch of things sticking off because those can catch anti-tank rockets. You don't want an angle an RPG into your hull. You want it to be able to deflect as best you can. That's why things like the T-34 tank were so effective, as they had this sloped armor like that. Even though the armor wasn't particularly thick, yeah, it was very, very effective because it would angle incoming rounds away from it. So armored like a tank doesn't really... I don't think I would describe it like that. I think, actually, Michael Brett Sermon described this a little bit better. Let's see if I can find that book real quick. I think it's here on the shelf somewhere, isn't it? It's like the early 2000s, his Field Guide to Dinosaurs. It was like Jurassic Park 3 theme. And there was a line in that I thought was particularly evocative. As somebody from the Bay Area. Where is that? There's a Bay Area reference in it. I don't know if I'm going to find it in time. That's okay. But he was talking about a dinosaur called, Gargoylosaurus. These guys, very spiky. It's maybe like a proto-polycanthine. It's an early ankylosaur from the Morrison Formation, the late Jurassic of North America. Very spiky guy. And in that Michael Brett sermon, maybe it was Thomas Holtz, I forget. They write that it's like the Oakland Raiders fan of dinosaurs. Just like spiky and like try to look really intimidating. Yeah, I guess they're not the Oakland Raiders anymore, but whatever. Yeah, this is kind of the idea. So more spiky than tank-like. I don't know. When I think of tanks, I don't think of spikes. In fact, the spike is kind of the opposite of the tank in a way. You know, if you're trying to keep tanks out, you have stuff like this. Hedgehogs and dragon's teeth and things like that, you know? So anyway, I'm nitpicking here, but, yeah. And Wolvie says, I think they mean armored like a tank. I mean, I feel like this is one of those things that's become a cliche that people say again and again. Like, oh, ankylosaurs, they're tank-like. Are they, though? You know? I feel like it's just something that everybody repeats without really thinking about what it means. Tanks don't have a lot of spikes and everything, you know? Yeah.
Paleontologist Jim Kirkland has found hundreds of Gastonia bones across the Utah desert, all of which have revealed that this animal was armored like a tank.
Spines on their back, spines on their sides, spines on their tail. And this animal, these elements seem to be the biggest, you know, the spiniest of each one of these things.
Gastonia's spikes would have made it a formidable target for any hungry Utah raptor. And if that...
Ooh, and this is at the Prehistoric Museum in Price. I recognize the background here.
That wasn't enough. These blades could overlap, slicing through attackers like a pair of scissors.
You know, think of someone trying to protect themselves, you know, with a chainsaw blade on a handle. The way they would swing their tail and the way these things would crisscross, you know, these things would chop into a predatory animal because their tail is so powerful. You know, a slash into a predatory animal neck, the head, you know, cause extreme damage and they would back off.
To take down such a formidable opponent, Utah Raptor had to up its game. And luckily for them, they had both a deadly weapon and cunning tactic to shift the odds back in their favor. If they were able to flip Gastonia over, they'd render them defenseless.
And that's the thing, is that this is an animal that it's probably weighing over a ton. These are not lightweight creatures. Very big, stout critter. Imagine trying to flip over a coffee table that's made out of concrete. And it's got huge spikes all over the place. And it's trying to watch you with those spikes. And when you approach, it could just hunker down. It can shorten its legs, essentially. Hunker down to the ground to have an even lower center of gravity. Like, this would be an exceedingly difficult animal to flip over. Look how wide it is. It is, like, wider than it is tall. Good luck flipping that thing over, you know? Yeah. And Luke Herman's Gaming says, but the plates are not actually attached to that rib cage, right? Looks like they're loose bones surrounded by its flesh. Kind of. So there'd be a whole mosaic of little osteoderms, so little armor plates in the skin that aren't fused to the rib cage or anything like that. As far as I know, they are like floating in the flesh. But there would be keratin surrounding those. They would link up together. It would be... I'm tempted to say chainmail, but I think that's incorrect, because chainmail is chains that interlock.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
And Final Shield Nobi, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. People in chat have repeatedly told me, no, Danny, don't describe it as chainmail. Describe it as scale armor. Because apparently that's much more what it's like. Scale armor rather than chainmail. And fair, you know? They wouldn't quite be overlapping in this same way. But, well, in some cases they might have. in certain spots. Yeah, but when you look at critters like Borealopelta, this critter is so well preserved that we can actually tell where each of these different scutes would be, these different osteoderms, these different armor plates, like this. It shows the arrangement of them. And it would have been just incredible. Very, very well protected animal. Yeah. Grimwitch says, like cobblestones. I like that. Fitted tightly but not fused. Bingo. Yeah. So Borealopelta here is from the... I want to say it's from the early part of the late Cretaceous. So this is a few tens of millions of years after Gastonia. But similar idea, you know? And it's a related animal. I think this guy might be more closely related to Sauropelta than to something like Gastonia, but yeah. Exquisite fossil, just gorgeous. Anyway.
Exposing their softer underbelly, which Utahraptor would...
So flipping him over like that, I would think would be exceedingly difficult. And this is a creature that would be basically fighting for its life. Because it knows that if it gets flipped over, that's it. Game over. Curtains. I get the sense that all of these armor spikes and everything like that, basically the whole point is to prevent you from flipping them over. And if they could just kind of hunker down to the ground, like you see in this book, Dave Norman's Dinosaurs Encyclopedia. There's a lovely section here on ankylosaurs, which I will find for you presently. They could basically hunker down like this. Legs tucked in under their body. Then what are you going to do, you know? You can bite and scratch and flail as much as you would like against all of that armor and those spikes and everything, and you're not getting anywhere. So yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Those larger shoulder spikes would prevent it flipping. You would think so, Grimwitch. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. So anyway, this idea that you just flip them over,
exposing their softer underbelly,
much easier said than done.
Would swiftly rip to shreds with its 10-inch claws. Predatory tactics like this would have required complex cooperation between different raptors. And luckily for them, Utahraptors were highly intelligent, which we can tell by looking at their brain case.
Look at the size of this. Each about the size of a parrot's brain. And you figure how intelligent a parrot is. This was a very smart dinosaur, no doubt.
Advantage, Utahraptor. But Gastonia wasn't going to take this lying down.
Well, maybe they would. Maybe lying down is the strat. Maybe that's the strategy you want to take, is just going prone, lying down on your belly, so your center of gravity is even lower. Maybe, like Jim says, they were even like digging into the ground a little bit, where if they can dig themselves a little hole pretty quickly, they can get their legs down into the hole and their armor just goes all the way down to the ground. Like a flat armadillo. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
And the benefit of ganging up was not lost on them either. Most armored dinosaurs seem to have lived solitary lives.
Do we know that? Solitary lives? I'm not sure about that.
But Gastonia developed the skull of a distinctly social animal, which indicates that they grouped together for protection.
You know, when you put the head in life position, which is tilted down a bit, the eyes could look right at you for it. You know, you can look them in the eye. Plant-eating animals rarely do that.
And
this was our world.
As our rules.
125 million
well.
years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
33 months say what?
Holy cow, Ms. Art Rules. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you for the ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Thanks for keeping me here online. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you.
And for a dinosaur that wouldn't have been able to run away, this could have been essential in tipping the balance back in their favor. But just when it looked like this arms race was heading for a stalemate, Gastonia had one more trick up its sleeve. Because Jim thinks that not only did they group together, they fought together. Like an elite military unit, they turned inwards to face each other so they could coordinate their movements.
Might make sense, yeah.
They could have had inflatable nasal sacs, chambers, and things in there so that when they could vocalize, and probably very distinctly. And being able to look at each other and probably make, signals.
Leaving their attackers facing an impenetrable wall of their greatest weapon.
These animals, when they're forming a defensive structure, they'd be looking forward into the ring and swinging their tails. The defense of if these things did go into a group, you couldn't get through them. I don't see any way you could do it. They're almost impenetrable. They're probably just about immune to a Utah raptor.
While Utah raptor would undoubtedly still have attacked Gastonia, facing not just the spikiest dinosaur known to history, but a whole brigade of them, it suggests that this time the arms race was won by the defense. For more incredible prehistoric stories, head to the PBS app or pbs.org to watch Walking with Dinosaurs.
Good stuff.
25 years after the iconic original series, the new Walking with Dinosaurs reveals how these colossal creatures lived, hunted, and survived through state-of-the-art visual effects based on the latest evidence. Check out the link in the description to watch this spectacular show.
Cool stuff. Yeah. Really neat. I'm glad that that PBS produced these additional little explainers like that. Really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. And Goonie wants to know, have you ever played or heard of the dinosaur game The Isle? I've never played it. I don't really do a lot of video games, to be honest. In fact, it's been months and months since I've played any video games at all. The only time I ever play games is on stream, and I don't know when the last time I did that was. It was probably February, March, something like that. Maybe earlier. Never played The Isle, but there's another one called Saurian that's probably the last game that I played on here. And I like that one a lot. It's, the whole point is to make it as scientifically authentic as possible. It's pretty neat. You should check it out if you haven't heard of it. Yeah. Anywho, and very cool, Final Shield Novi. You like ankylosaurs. We're going to be digging up some ankylosaurs live on stream. Not Ankylosaurus, but Gastonia. So, here, I'll show you the Ankylosaurus design from the game Saurian, because it is, in my opinion, the best Ankylosaurus reconstruction anywhere. It's awesome stuff. So this is Ankylosaurus. It is the last of the ankylosaurid dinosaurs. Well, one of the last. There's a few that lived right at the end of the age of dinosaurs, and Ankylosaurus magniventris is one of those. Gorgeous animal. Really beautiful reconstruction here. But this is from 66 million years ago. Right at the end of the Cretaceous period. So if we go to our time chart, Ankylosaurus is from the upper Maastrichtian up here. 67, 66 million years ago. Gastonia is from way down in, I think, the Valanginian or the Hoderivian. Could be Barremian. I forget exactly where. And then we've got Ankylosaurs that go all the way back to the Berriasian. But anyway, so the point is Gastonia is from way earlier in time. This dinosaur, Gastonia. I really like these depictions of Gastonia here. They're really nice. There we go, yeah. Yeah. That's the critter I'll be digging up in 1 month. Can't wait. Arctic is so good. Isn't it great, Petrodactylus? Yeah. Good stuff. Anyhow. Ankylosaurus on Prehistoric Kingdom looks nice too, says Crimson Carnotaurus. Interesting. Okay. Prehistoric Kingdom Ankylosaurus. Yeah. That's pretty decent. The color scheme is a little bland for my taste. I like the idea of an Ankylosaurus that's got strong, like, warning coloration. Anyway, this feels bland, honestly. Really fond of this one. It reminds me of a Gila monster or something like that, where it's got these almost yellow caution stripes on it saying, hey, don't mess with me. I will mess you up. Like, it's not worth it. Go away. That's I think, a color scheme that makes a lot of sense for an animal like this. Well, yeah. Yeah. Or a hornet. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, you're back. Do you want more treats? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Oh, man. I already gave you some treats. My landlord's here, getting awful demanding. I paid you earlier. We have it. We have a recording of that. Don't act like I didn't pay you. We got the receipts, Sweetie Pie. We got the receipts. Yeah. Yeah, we got them. We got those receipts. You know what happened. Yeah. Here, we can get more treats for you. We can get more treats. Here, let's make it happen. There you go. There you go. Good stuff. And Dinodax says there was a talk at DinoCon about the new Walking with Dinosaurs. I heard DinoCon was pretty cool. That's good to hear. The person who did the talk explained that the reason that the paleontologists were included was because they wanted to bring awareness to the people behind discoveries and what goes into the discoveries rather than just telling a story about the creatures. I think that's really cool. Yeah. I think that's neat. One thing that I was kind of struck by in watching the 3 episodes that I've seen so far is that there was a lot of effort put into almost glamorizing fieldwork in a way that didn't feel totally artificial or anything. But it was like, here's these incredible landscapes that paleontologists are working in. These are the settings in which they're excavating these fossils and making these discoveries, and they were really kind of emphasizing the adventure and romance of it all, which I thought that was a neat touch, you know? The way that I see it, documentaries like this should be trying to educate and inspire the public. And when you've got shots like this, here's Josh Lively right here, and I think that's Don DeBlue right there. When you've got shots like this is, by the way, where I'm going to be working in a month. This is that same area. I think this is a little bit south of the Lower East Site locality. But anyway, everything's shot in like these, I think they use a lot of crane shots or drone shots. There's a lot of like, here's this landscape. And we've put this kind of sepia filter on everything. Like, here's the Mexico filter on everything in the field. It's slightly contrived, maybe. But I like the idea that it's emphasizing this sense of adventure, because fieldwork can be an adventure. You're out there in the middle of nowhere, out in the wilderness, digging up fossils. This is something that I dreamed about since I was a kid, and now I get to do that every summer. I love that this documentary, the new Walking with Dinosaurs, you know, for whatever shortcomings it might have, it's showcasing how cool it is to do this work in the field. I feel like it represents that well. And I'm happy about that, you know? I've only seen the first 3 episodes thus far, but I had low expectations to start with, and I was impressed, you know? I like it thus far. Something to see it? Yeah, I only started watching it the other night, Casey. So if you're expecting this to be just like the 1999 Walking with Dinosaurs, you will be disappointed. It's not the same thing, and it's not really trying to be the same thing. If you're expecting it to be that, you're kind of missing the point, maybe. For what it is, I think it's pretty good. I just wish each of the episodes were twice as long. I wish that they had more time to delve into the story of these animals during the Mesozoic, and then much more time with all of the scientists, too. And maybe that was the original plan. I don't know. Maybe they were hamstrung by a limited time slot. But it's cool stuff, and I'd recommend it. If you want to see some of my colleagues, like Jim and Don and Ethan and Marcello, Josh Lively, if you want to see them in a world-class documentary like that, check it out. It's cool stuff. Yeah. Is it decent? Yeah, it's definitely worth watching, Muso Muso. Yeah. So far, my favorite one is the Gastonia and Utah Raptor one, Deathsaurus. But the Hell Creek one wasn't bad either. I didn't like the Spinosaurus one as much. I work on Spinosaurs. I had a lot of issues with their portrayal of Spinosaurs in that. It wasn't bad. Yeah. And yeah, Petrodactylus, there is a lot of like, it does hop back and forth too much between the, like I said, if you had twice as much time with both the dinosaurs in the Mesozoic and the paleontologists today in the Holocene, I think that would have been an improvement. Yeah. Oh, and Claire Bird, thank you for reposting that from that one guy. been holding on to a discussion point. I want to hear your thoughts regarding Sinosauropteryx for a few weeks. Apparently a fossil was found showing clear feathers and colors. I saw a post on that. It was cool to be able to hear an actual scientist talk about it. Yeah, we talk about that all the time. That's why we've got Sinosauropteryx emotes. They're tier 2 emotes, but there they are. Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday as well. For those of you who are not aware, this critter... Well, here, let me find you a clip. There we are. So this is a documentary narrated by friend of the stream, Matt LaMotta. There's Matt right there. He was with us in the field last year in Wyoming in June, and this June in Wyoming too.
In the big city. It's on a little detour. The village of Sihatun is 7 hours from Beijing, and the pace of life here moves much slower than it does in the big city. As the weather changes, so do the roads. Driving in China is a challenge. Even with an official escort, you quickly learn who rules the roads.
Anyway, we'll get to Sinosauropteryx in a moment here.
In 1995, a farmer named Li Yunfang dug up something interesting.
There we go.
In a rural area of Liaoning province in northeastern China. He had found similar fossils here before, but this one was by far the most complete. Li could only guess what it was, so he bought a train ticket to Beijing and took one of the slabs to Dr. Ji Chang of the Chinese Academy of Geological Sciences.
The specimen I got
incredible.
Is not the first specimen. That's the third specimen. That, in 1995, the first specimen was found.
Just gorgeous.
The local farmer gave it to Nanjing Institute of Geology and Paleontology. They thought it's only
32 feet long and 14 feet high, 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
Tomatoes left space. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Of Geology and Paleontology. They thought it's only a small theropod, that's all.
As he studied the fossil, Dr. G observed a curious feature.
Check this out.
An odd, feather-like fuzz, what we now call protofeathers, on its body. All birds have feathers, but the animal G was staring at was clearly no bird. So he named it Sinosauropteryx, meaning Chinese lizard wing. It was the first feathered non-avian dinosaur ever discovered in China, and indeed, anywhere in the world. Only the world didn't know it yet. That would take another year, when another scientist from the Nanjing Institute, Dr. Chen Peizhi, attended the 56th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
SVP. I'll be going to SVP this year in Birmingham.
If you'd attended the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting that took place in Laramie, Wyoming, or in Bozeman, Montana, or in Norman, Oklahoma, it might
they have one in Norman, Oklahoma?
Had the same impact. But the 1996 meeting was held at the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
Yeah.
So Chen Peizhi brought photographs of a small Chinese dinosaur with...
And Item Anki, hey, thank you for the 8 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Hello, friends.
Good to have you here. Thanks for keeping me here online through your
A
continued
fringe or
support.
frill
Appreciate it.
of feather-like structures running down its back. And he just didn't bring the fossil, just brought photographs. He didn't give a paper, he just walked around showing scientists these photos. And the effect was electrifying.
Yep.
Soon, Sinosauropteryx was making headlines. Over the next several years, Liaoning proved to be a treasure trove as more astounding discoveries were unearthed.
So, this documentary came out in 2006, and that incredible fossil of Sinosauropteryx continued to be studied long after that. And what was interesting is that the feathers on its body and on its tail seem to almost have gaps in between. But upon closer inspection, those are not patches that are missing. They're patches of feathers that are colored in a different way.
The chicken side.
And by actually looking at these feathers under the microscope, something remarkable came to light.
Dinosaurs ever, the chicken-sized Sinosauropteryx. Sinosauropteryx was the first non-avian dinosaur to be discovered with structures of feather-like fluff back in 1996. And after studying the melanosomes found in that fuzz, researchers determined...
So the melanosomes are the little organelles, so like you can actually, with a really good microscope, you can actually see the shapes of these organelles in the cells. The preservation is that good on this specimen that you can see the melanosomes, these like little color particles essentially inside of the cells.
That Sinosauropteryx was ginger. Its downy coat was apparently reddish-brown over most of its body, but its tail was a little different, alternating between light and dark bands, giving it some extra flair. Vinther and his colleagues used this same technique to reconstruct the plumage of another feathery pigeon-sized dinosaur called Anchiornis. And it turns out that this dinosaur looked kind of like a punk rock magpie.
Yeah, so the way that this works is that melanosomes are these color cells inside of your color structures inside of cells that we have too.
To your hair. Each melanosome contains some type of melanin, which is a natural pigment. And based on their density and distribution, they can create different colors. Now I know what you're wondering. What in the name of Charles R. Knight does a Jurassic squid have to do with dinosaurs?
Earlier he was talking about melanosomes being found in a fossil squid. Let's call back to that.
Well, you know what else has melanosomes? Feathers. Experts can look at the feather of a living bird, like a cardinal or a crow, and see what kind of melanosomes make that feather's color.
So this is one of those ways in which you can study the biology of present-day animals to understand extinct animals. So you can look at the melanosomes in their feathers and use that essentially like, well, I think like Hank says here, like a color key to figure out what extinct dinosaurs would have looked like in their coloration.
For example, long, skinny melanosomes make black and gray, like the black you find around a cardinal's eyes. But if melanosomes are short and round, they make reddish colors, like what you would see on red-tailed hawks. This information can be used as a template for studying ancient animals. So living dinosaurs are basically the color key to extinct dinosaurs.
Pretty cool, right?
In 2010, this idea was put to the test in a place that's famous for its abundant fossils of feathered dinosaurs, China. There, a team of Chinese and British scientists studied what might be one of the most adorable dinosaurs ever, the chicken-sized Sinosauropteryx.
So nowadays, if you do like a Google image search or a DuckDuckGo image search for Sinosauropteryx, you'll notice something interesting. They're all colored like this because we now realize this is the way that this animal was colored. You'll see a lot of variations on it. That's a beautiful one right there. Holy cow. That's really nice. This almost looks like Casey Snowart style in a way. Yeah. That's the one from Jurassic World Evolution. They did a really good job with their Sinosauropteryx, in my opinion. Really cool stuff. So anyway, pretty darn cool. Zalat says that's no dino. This is Sinosauropteryx, theropod dinosaur. You think it's something different? What do you mean? Anyhow, so we've been able to do this for a few different dinosaurs at this point. Figure out what their colors were based on melanosomes, based on preserved color structures in the cells. Super cool stuff. What a neat critter, Sinosauropteryx. Super, super cool. Yeah. So, are you saying birds are dinosaurs? I am indeed, Astronomy Show. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, Zealot says it's a raccoon. I mean, if you're talking about the color pattern, I think it looks a lot more like a red panda than a raccoon. Yeah, I don't know why none of these are embiggening. There we go. These guys do have a stripy tail, but they're also white and orange and black. But anywho. Yeah. Sinosauropteryx. Cool critter. Yeah. And question, can you do histo on a slab fossil? I kind of doubt it, Murph. I really hope you could. What Murph, I think, is getting into here is there's a recent idea that Sinosauropteryx is just a baby. There's an idea that this is essentially like a hatchling or a small juvenile. It could potentially be a juvenile Eutyrannus or similar dinosaur like that. There's a whole group called Compsognathidae, a whole family of dinosaurs, and they're characterized by generally being small and looking pretty generic. They don't really have a lot of like distinctive characteristics. It's like, yeah, they're all small and they all just look kind of small and nondescript. And that might be because they're just juveniles of larger kinds of dinosaurs. Andrea Cow published a paper about this not too long ago. And, yeah, here we go. Here's the paper. Oh, security check. Come on. There it is. Really, really interesting paper.
Ontogeny.
I think he might be onto something there. So yeah, so ontogeny, by the way, is ontogeny is our word for describing the changes that an organism undergoes during its lifetime.
Ontogeny.
So going from a tadpole to a frog, those are changes in ontogeny, ontogenetic changes. So
ontogeny.
In Triceratops, those changes are pretty dramatic, to the point where there's something like 20 different species of Triceratops have been named.
Ontogeny.
It turns out most of those are just changes in ontogeny. So once again,
ontogeny.
I find this idea really interesting, and I'd like to see it properly tested. But the thing is, a lot of, if not all, compsognathids are usually preserved pretty flat. From Juravenator, right here, to Sinosauropteryx, to Compsognathus. They tend to be preserved squashed flat in these slabs like that. And as a result, it can be really difficult to actually figure out how old they were. The only reliable method of determining the age of a fossil dinosaur is to do what we call histology. So Holly Woodward is one of the leading experts on this methodology. She's one of the best people in the world when it comes to this kind of thing.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Swims with whales.
Step 1, die.
Thank you for the 14 months of support. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff.
Well,
Here we go.
Say that, but I actually have some props because I was wondering if someone was going to be concerned that I was actually cutting a bone. So this is
You cut the bones open.
A duckbill dinosaur humerus. And so one of my graduate students is trying to figure out how the forearm of Maiasaura was growing. So he's done some histology on this. And the really cool thing is when you remove a piece of bone, you can make a mold and cast of that piece, which replicates the original in every way, every detail, and then you can reinsert that piece back into the bone.
So basically, it's not as destructive a process as you might imagine. If we're talking about taking chunks out of bones and then cutting them open, we're gaining information rather than losing information here. The whole point of collecting fossils in the first place is to be able to study them and learn about the biology, the phylogeny, the ontogeny of these animals. This is an important process.
More high-tech options like 3D scanning, which digitizes the specimen and the piece that you can take out, so you have a complete digital record.
Epiphyseal plate. Salvotrode, I feel like that's a human anatomy term. I'm not sure I'm familiar. We have a thing called an EFS that we talk about in dinosaur histology, an external fundamental signature, and that's basically like a layer of bone that shows that the growth rings they're getting so close together that they're almost indistinguishable. So it shows that the animal's essentially done growing. Is that what you're talking about?
Some museums ask that we paint the cast and then reinsert it. So in this bone, this middle piece right here is the cast piece. So you can see how it looks really nice, just continuous. And the only reason you could suspect it was a replica is just the two little cut lines there. But otherwise, it fits back into the bone perfectly. So that's my first pitch.
So Salvotrode, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Yes, yes.
For why you should let me do this. And the other reason is that we would have no idea about these dinosaurs, how old they were, sometimes if they were male or female, their growth rates, their growth curves, if we didn't look inside the bone. Yep. And I've been really lucky in getting to do this. Before I went to Australia, only one polar dinosaur from Australia had ever been histologically sectioned before, and I increased that sample to 12. So that doesn't sound like much, but for paleontology, that's a nice sample.
This is pretty good. Yeah.
And then more recently, I've been looking at T-Rex. So I do have a prop here.
This is so cool. And this gets into your question there, Equipoise.
This is a slide of a juvenile T-Rex, the tibia.
It's the Jane specimen there.
All the brown is bone. And it started out as a block. So I take the bone, I embed it in a plastic resin. And then I take a thin slice out of that resin. The resin is basically there to keep the bone from crumbling. Yep. And you glue it to a glass slide, you polish it down, and then it's so thin that light can pass through. You can put it on the microscope, and the picture I have up on the monitor behind me is actually a piece of dinosaur bone. So that's the process, and I've been able to do it and all kinds of cool stuff, including, this is one of my favorites, this is a slice from a T-Rex femur. So
I think this might be Denver and Liz's T-Rex from North Dakota, the big femur that was on display in their museum there, the one that they cut open. I think it actually is. Shogo Hiryu says this is wild. It's really cool, and you'd be amazed at the amount of data that you can get from something like this. The sheer amount of information that you can glean from this kind of study is extraordinary.
Histologizing, I guess you could say, is that a new word? This big T-Rex femur, so that's so cool.
I want to get back to T-Rex in a moment, but how do you even grind a slide that's that big?
So for something like this, I actually do have to cut it down into pieces.
Yeah.
But I measure the thickness of each cut so that I know how much I'm taking away every time.
Tradoon.
Crimson Soul, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Cut so that I can reconstruct this digitally, and I end up with like a 12 gigabyte file, but it's this T-Rex stitched back together. Sometimes my computers have a lot of trouble with that. But that, you have to do it.
Need a lot of processing power.
My colleague Carrie Levitt-Busion, who also works here, sympathizes with you about that exact problem.
Yep.
Well, since you brought up T-Rex and showed us some amazing slides and samples from it, we actually had a question from a viewer on YouTube who wanted.
Yeah, so the this behind her right here. Here, maybe I can find.
And that's how science works. It's progress. That's wrong, but evidence one day now. And that's how science works. It's progress that way.
Yeah. So I have to ask you about the image in the background there. You mentioned that was actual dinosaur bone under the microscope. And in addition to being really cool science, it's just a beautiful image. Do the colors tell you anything?
Yes. So
that's
is
this right here.
A thin section slide of one of those polar dinosaurs that I was able to section when I was in Australia. And the thin section's under the microscope there, and I'm projecting it to the monitor so everyone can see it.
Right
Each
here.
one of those colors tells you what direction bone fiber bundles are oriented in respect to the plane of section. So everything that's pink are fibers that are all oriented the same way. The blues and the yellows, all of that just show the fibers are doing different things. And if they're all very orderly, if all the fibers are sort of stacked and regular, that tells you that the growth was slower than if they're crazy colors and going.
I didn't realize that
that shows you that the bone was growing very quickly.
The colors there under the polarized light. So this is polarized light that's like accentuating these colors and really making them really dramatic. I didn't realize that was that informative. I thought it was, I don't know, I kind of assumed it was sort of a random pattern or something, but that actually gives you real information, which is really cool.
There.
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
Anyway, here is, if you want to watch the full thing with Holly Woodward Ballard, kind of the queen of modern dinosaur histology, check out that video there. That's the only reliable way to tell if a dinosaur is a particular age or not. If you want to figure out how old a dinosaur was when it died, some paleontologists say, well, you can look at the fusion of skull bones, or whether or not the, different processes on the vertebrae are fully fused on, that kind of thing. But I think in all truth, that's far less reliable than actually looking at the histo. You can say, oh, well, this thing is mature because the skull, some of the bones are fused up, but from what I understand, skull fusion and vertebral fusion like that are unreliable. A lot of that is diagenetic, so like after the animal dies, the kind of rock that it's preserved in, the environment that it's preserved in, will have a lot to do with whether or not the skull disarticulates or not. And also, apparently modern crocs, Kevin Padian told me this, modern alligators, crocodiles, they will seemingly fuse and unfuse different parts of their skull at random. So they might be fully mature, and then at some point, some of their skull bones just unfuse, and nobody really knows why. And so if modern, well-studied critters like crocs are doing this, who's to say that dinosaurs in the Mesozoic weren't doing the same thing? We really don't know. There's so much less that we know about these animals that are extinct from the Mesozoic era. So yeah, if it turns out that our modern anatomical counterparts, our models like crocs, are far more complex and we don't really understand how they work, trying to use them as a simplified model for explaining things about dinosaurs isn't going to go super well. But yeah. So anywho, that's why Murph was asking if anybody has done histo on any of these guys, these compsognathids. Are these actually a real group of dinosaurs? Or are these all just babies of different groups of big meat-eating dinosaurs? In order to actually test that in an empirical way, you kind of need to cut those bones open and count the growth rings. Maybe they will turn out to be mature. Maybe these guys have got an EFS, an external fundamental signature, that shows that they're done growing. Or maybe they're hatchlings. If there's one or fewer lines of arrested growth in there. They're less than a year old, you know. Like, oh shoot, these guys are babies. No, that needs to be tested, you know? I'm really hoping that Andrea Cow shows up to SVP this year, because I'd love to talk to him about this. I find that this sort of thing fascinating. And again, if you're interested in reading about that yourself, the paper is right here. A lot to think about in there. And Alexander Morrison says, I don't know, or I've heard about that crocodile skulls are generally solid and akinetic. I mean, a lot of the scans that I've seen of alligator skulls on places like Sketchfab, it really seems like half this, like the right side of the skull is fused and the left side is not. I'm not saying that there's a lot of kinesis in the skulls, but just like these, in the sutures that you would have between the different skull bones. Sometimes they're fused and sometimes they're not. I think they're far less uniform, far less predictable than you might expect. It's my understanding, and my personal observation too. So yeah. And Murph says that leg bone looks broken. Might be possible to look inside. You're talking about our Compsognathus here? Well, that's the thing, is that you kind of need to cut the bones open and section them to be able to find the growth rings. It's not like you can just look in with a magnifying glass. You need to do that whole rigmarole process like Holly was talking about, where you take a chunk out, and then you embed it in resin, and then you saw it, and you polish it down, and put it on a microscope slide, and look through it under the microscope in order to be able to actually see the lines of arrested growth. So yeah, it's far more involved than just peeking it, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And there you go, that one guy, yeah. Andre never attends meetings. Oh, shoot. Dinosaur, that's disappointing. Okay. Well, it'd be cool to be able to interview him at some point about this stuff, but... And Salvotrode says, do you really have to cut them open? Is there a non-destructive method like MRI or something? I've heard people talk about doing micro-CT scanning, but I wonder if you're gonna get the same kind of information. Because like Holly was talking about, you know, when you're looking at those images there, under polarized light, you're getting a lot of info that you would not get with like a CT scan or something. So I like to think that maybe it would be possible somehow to use a scanner to be able to do that without cutting the bones open, but I doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
Brief moment. We alone are the only species.
Dangerous buttons. Thank you.
The great dinosaurs.
Thank you for helping us comprehend and appreciate through your support. 16 months. I appreciate it, Dangerous Buttons. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And that one guy wants to know, spitballing a thought, tar pits that show exactly what a giant sloth looked like aren't capable of existing from the Cretaceous. So we do have similar deposits, possibly. I don't know if I'll be able to find a clip from the new Walking with Dinosaurs, but I can find you one. From here. So, Here's me and Jim at the Utah Raptor Mega Block.
Like it. Jim, do you want to tell us a little bit about this? What makes this so special?
We call it the Utah Raptor Mega Block.
Yeah.
For a short two-word explanation.
Ontogeny.
But yeah, it's we have interpreted this as being formed by quicksand. Basically, I was on the...
So not a tar pit, but quicksand. Similar situation to La Brea, potentially. This is what Jim calls a dewatering feature. So, yeah, here. Actually like this. This is like a mud pit at the edge of a lake. These animals got stuck in it. And I'm looking for that figure where it almost looks like it's a side view and it's almost like a cistern. I don't know if it's gonna be online. Quicksand. Here we go. Yeah. Hopefully this image isn't too small. Oh, it's a little small. Shoot. Anywho. Here's a pit right here. The animals get stuck. And, I don't actually know why it's called a dewatering feature. That means that the water goes down somehow and sucks them in. I'm not totally sure. But, things like the tar at La Brea, that's only like a few thousand to maybe a few 100,000 years old. Tar is liquid asphalt. The tar at La Brea is liquid asphalt. So that's like petroleum mixed with sand and other crud. Makes a sticky substance. That stuff doesn't last for tens of millions of years. Like, it would need to harden completely and then basically turn to rock in order to preserve bones inside of it, which is what happened here. This was sand, it wasn't asphalt. But, yeah, this is a sandstone spot right here. So that's the closest thing I can think of to like a La Brea-like situation during the age of dinosaurs. Yeah. I hope that makes sense there. Yeah. Failed to escape from LA. There you go, Wombat Hole, yeah. So the critters that, these animals that were trapped in the tar, the liquid asphalt here, yeah, they're preserved for a very long time. But I think we're pretty lucky in the sense that we found this when we did. If this had happened 2 million years ago or something, I don't know if we would have it, because those bones probably would have rotted away. As I understand it, the bones at La Brea are not fossilized in the traditional sense. They're not permineralized. They haven't undergone permineralization where minerals on the surrounding groundwater and then the rock seep in and fossilize them, turn the bones to stone, essentially. I don't think that's happened here. These are what we might call subfossils. Subfossils are like, they're bones or other parts that are in the process of being fossilized, but they're not there yet. I think that's pretty much everything at La Brea. I don't think they're truly fossilized. Yeah. And let's see. Here we go. Tar pit water bugs. These are forum posts. It's not really what I'm looking for. Tar pits and permineralization. Take a look at this.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining me today. My name is Gabby with Arizona Science Center, and
Hi, Gabby with Arizona Science Center.
Victoria the T-Rex. Have you gotten a chance to check out Victoria yet? Well, come on over because she has some awesome secrets about how she's lasted 66 million years throughout time. Now, sometimes when an animal dies, they may be preserved somehow, become an awesome fossil like Victoria. Now, what happens?
Hang on, I'm sure we'll get to the La Brea stuff in a minute, but TGI Rex, hey, welcome back. It's been a while since I was last here. Great to have you returning. Welcome back. I managed to get into the University of Plymouth. I'm going to study geology, so I can do paleontology for master's and PhD. That is incredibly exciting. Congratulations. Holy moly. Wanted to thank you for helping me out a couple years ago. So yeah, thank you so much for everything. Thank you for your kind words, TGI Rex. And, well, let's get some more applause here. Very exciting. Holy cow. I wish you all the best of luck, TGI Rex. Congrats. Proud of you. That's fantastic. And thank you, Murph, for that gift sub to TGI Rex. That's brilliant. That's why I do what I do here, you know? Trying to
Tier 1 sub to TGIREX.
educate and inspire and encourage people to get further involved with science. And you're doing it, TGI Rex. That's so exciting. Holy cow. Congrats. I'm proud of you. That's phenomenal. Holy cow. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, before I get too distracted, let's get back to this and talk about something that I'm sure you'll be studying. These geological processes like this.
Somehow become where this has naturally occurred. If you've ever checked out the Petrified National Forest, that is something that happens to trees as well. So if we take something like this sponge, very soft and squishy, now this is what bone or tree organic matter is like before it gets those minerals inside. So an experiment that we can do to learn about the mineralization of bones and fossils is by using something like a sponge like this. So what you're going to need to...
for me to do a live demonstration of this kind of thing at some point. I think that would be really cool.
Recreate this awesome event that
these subtitles are completely wrong. What's going on with this? It's set to Vietnamese, auto-generated. Yeah, that's... No, that's not what we want. Auto-translate possibly to English? Should we try that? No, okay. Our subtitles are borked for this. Apologies.
Some event that happens with bones and fossils, you're going to need 2 small pieces of sponge and some melted candle wax. Now, a sponge beforehand, very soft, very squishy. We can bend it.
Oh, very cool, GJ.
Now, what happens when something becomes a fossil is that all the minerals go in and make it very hard and very solid, just like the bones Victoria has. So once you add some candle wax and let it cool on your sponge, I have one pre-made here, you'll notice it's a little different. What do you see the differences between these two?
It's not compressing as much.
Well, our sponge without the wax is very, very soft and squishy and can move very easily. Our one with the wax is very, very hard now. It doesn't bend anymore.
And that makes sense. So I guess she's saying that the porous nature of the sponge allows candle wax to kind of seep into there, and then when it hardens, it's making it more rigid from the inside out. That makes a lot of sense. I bet you could do another experiment like this. I'll give you a link to this video here. There we go. But, bet you there's other ways to do this. From the Children's Museum of Indianapolis.
How's everybody doing tonight? I'm Becky, and it's all science jokes all the time. What does a triceratops sit on? It's
Triceratops. I've heard this before.
Tricerabottom. Why did the T-Rex need a Band-Aid? It had a dinosaur. Wait.
All right. Let's get to the thing here.
Hi everyone, I'm in STEM Lab at the Children's Museum of Indianapolis, and today on Real Science, we are going to fossilize a sponge.
There we go.
But first, let's talk about fossilization. Fossils are formed when an animal, like a dinosaur, dies and is covered by layers of sediment. The minerals in that sediment.
Why is it standing up? It should be on its side. Anyway, I'm nitpicking here, but
seep into the gaps in the bone and turn it to rock. If you're following along at home or in the classroom, here are the supplies you're going to need. A sponge, a large container,
un caje grande? Una caja?
water,
A box? Container?
salt, and sand. Now that we have our supplies, it's
Vaso de
time
agua?
to
Gracias, Salvatore.
The first thing you need to do is take a sponge and cut it into different shapes. I chose to do a bone shape because we're talking about...
So when I was doing classes for kids a couple winters ago at the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, I thought about doing an experiment like this, but it was going to take too long. We had like an hour and a half, and it wasn't going to work properly. But yeah. We'll, I got to think about how to streamline this or make it go faster so I could do that in the future.
Dinosaurs, but you can make any fun shape you want to. Next, you need to have salt water. I've mixed a lot of salt into some warm water.
So salt, sodium chloride, is a mineral. Halite is another name for that. And so this is, it might seem like a hokey kind of little kids activity, but there's underlying real scientific principles in this. So halite are salt crystals like this. So that is a mineral, you know?
Mixing salt until you can't mix any more in. Then you're going to take your sponge pieces and dunk them into the water. Make sure they get fully wet. Now, take your large container. This is going to represent the ground, and pour in some sand. You would like your container to be about half full. There we go.
And you can see that's not proper, kid-friendly play sand. Did you see all the dust that came off of that?
About half full. There we go.
Parents in the chat know what I'm talking about.
Now we're going to take our fossil pieces, our sponge, and we're going to make sure they're wet, and we're going to bury them into the sand. Just push them right in there. And here's the second one.
Does that sound like a rattle? I don't know, Murph.
Make sure your sponges are completely covered. Add more sand if you need to. And now you're going to take salt water and...
And Horan says, is that standard table salt? And can I head off to the beach to grab a bucket of sand? Probably, yeah. Yeah. I don't think you need a special kind of sand. I don't think it has to be or a special kind of salt. I don't think it has to be kosher salt or anything. I think normal table salt will work just fine. Now we wait 4 million years, says Murph. Yeah.
Pour it on the sand till it's completely wet. If you have a clear container, you can watch the water go down the sides. So make sure the sand is completely wet. You'll know it's wet enough when just a little bit of water starts to sit on the top. Bones take millions of years to fossilize. Ours won't take that long. After a week, dig up your sponges and see if they have turned hard like a fossil.
So it takes about a week.
But I dig learning about dinosaurs and fossils.
where's the... Do we not get to see the end result? I guess we'll just have to try that one of these days. But yeah, the fossilization process is something that we talk about all the time here on this channel. And yeah, I'm going to show that video again right now because it'll help reinforce some of those concepts. Oftentimes, repetition is a key factor in retaining information and learning. Oftentimes, repetition is a key factor in retaining information and learning. So if you ever wanted to become a fossil, if you ever dreamed of doing that, I want to be a fossil someday. Fossils are so cool. Well, here's how to do that.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yeah, Kenny HY is correct. Gotta die first. So maybe wait on trying to fulfill this particular dream until you've already led a long and happy life. And when you're about done, maybe go through with this.
Step guide to becoming a fossil.
It is a commitment, exactly, Murph, yeah.
Step 1, die.
Yeah.
Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast.
So rapid burial is really important because without it, you just get ate up. Not just by scavengers and other, like, you know, macroorganisms, but by microorganisms too. Bacteria and fungi and all kinds of little critters like that are going to break you down. If you get buried, it slows down that process significantly. So you want to get buried as quickly as you can.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Yep.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
Yep. It's not always a river, lake, or ocean, though. Sometimes it's like a sand dune. Sometimes creatures who dig burrows, you know, if they have a burrow collapse, then they're kind of pre-buried. Stuff like that. But the most common fossils are generally the ones that are buried by waterborne sediment.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
So this is essentially what we were talking about here with those sponge shapes. You know, you soak them in heavily saturated salt water, so there's tons and tons of salt in there, and then you put it into the sand, and then you let everything evaporate out. That's permineralization. That's this process right here. Soaking in groundwater, the minerals seep in.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place.
So the point there is that there's different kinds of fossilization, different kinds of preservation. Not all fossils are created equal in that regard. Some fossils are just natural casts of the original shape. So in some cases, like the original thing is completely deteriorated away, completely decayed, and there was a hollow in the ground, and that was filled in by minerals, like a natural cast. And sometimes the original organic material is still in there, but it's been supplemented by minerals from the groundwater or the surrounding matrix, the surrounding rock. There's different ways to get fossilized under different conditions, and that's why we have things like different colored fossils. So in the Hell Creek Formation of Montana, where I've done a lot of work, the fossils are often this beautiful kind of chocolate brown like this. Whether it's this Tyrannosaur maxilla or this juvenile Tyrannosaurus, possibly Nano-Tyrannus skull. So like dark brown like this, you know? If we're talking about fossils from the Morrison Formation, they often tend to be kind of a much darker color, almost black in a lot of cases. That's your classic Morrison Formation fossils are really dark colored, like that. Because there were different minerals that seeped in and fossilized them. As opposed to fossils from the Gobi Desert of Mongolia, from the Dejokta Formation, for example. They tend to be much, much, much lighter in color. There's just different minerals there, and I don't know enough about diagenesis to be able to tell you the exact reasons why. I just know that they are different. So, famously, these fossils from the Gobi, they tend to be like bleach white like this, and the surrounding rock is often a beautiful kind of reddish brown, almost orange or like brick red. That's the color of these rocks in there. But the fossils themselves are like white, white, white. It's really cool stuff. So that's because you've got different kinds of minerals in different settings that do their work and preserve these things differently.
Long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step 4. Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
There you go, that's the dream. Yeah. And Anakin Gabriel wants to know if Jimmy Hoffa is sleeping with the fishes, will he become a fossil someday? It depends where he's buried, you know? If you want to become a fossil, you want to be buried in what we call a depositional environment. So, in an area where you've got sediment being laid down. So, depositional environments. Oh, this is great. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Maybe that's not quite what we're looking for. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Nice. So, if you talk with any geologist, they'll tell you the same thing. Whether you're talking to Rocket Sage or Geo Jim or Volcano Doc could tell you about this too, even though she works on igneous rocks. But, yeah, on our planet Earth, we've got erosional and depositional environments. Erosional environments are where the rock is being eroded away. So in order to get sedimentary rock, sedimentary rocks are rocks that are formed in layers. They're made from sediment. So they're made from tiny pieces of rocks that were eroded away. From dust or sand or mud or silt or substances like that. So say you've got a mountain range. The mountains are coming up slowly, slowly, slowly. Orogeny is occurring, mountains are coming up. And then as they're doing that, wind and rain and freeze-thaw and forces like that are breaking down some of that rock. And it's going down these streams and stuff from the mountains. These mountain streams are carrying down bits of silt and sand and mud and crud like that. And then they get down into a flat area. The water becomes a little bit slower, stuff can fall out of suspension. And you get this floodplain like this. And that can bury stuff. So all of the sediment that's coming down off of these mountains, all of this sediment from up here, it's flowing down. It slows down as it gets into the floodplain. Then it can bury stuff. If you have what we call accommodational space, I don't want to get too technical here, but you've got a basin there. You've got room for stuff to settle down. And this is a great place to become a fossil. If Jimmy Hoffa were buried at the top of a mountain, he's not going to become a fossil. But down here, he might.
Once we knew only that they vanished.
Does that make sense?
Now we know the dinosaurs
Shark Geek.
longer than any creature before them or since.
Welcome, welcome, Shark Geek. How are you doing? It's great to have you here. How was your stream? Hope it was really good. We were talking about sharks earlier in the stream today. We were talking about different kinds of sharks, ones that require ram ventilation for breathing versus those who can do buccal pumping. They can just sit on the seafloor and kind of move their gills or their spiracles in order to breathe. Anyway, that was cool. If you're interested in sharks, go follow Shark Geek if you're not doing so yet. Welcome, welcome, Shark Geek and Raiders. Sorry, we're having a mammal push around our camera a little. Aren't you, sweetie pie? What are you doing? Anyway, if anybody's here for the first time, welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, talking about fossils, talking about natural history, talking about why science is important, why it needs our support. The whole point of these broadcasts is to show you firsthand what paleontology is like. Whether I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs on stream, like I'll be doing next month, 1 month from today, I'll be back out there in the field. Or whether we're here in the office in the San Francisco Bay Area, I want to give you an inside peek into fossil science. How does it work? Why do we do it? What's it all about? So if you've got questions, don't hesitate to ask. That's what we do here. Welcome. Luna Nevermore says, I'm new. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. Yeah, I hope you and Shark Geek had an excellent stream. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. Yeah. Good stuff. And stream was great, thanks, says Shark Geek. Glad to hear it. Looked over an interesting paper on non-traumatic shark species attacking humans under specific circumstances. Interesting. I dug my face into a bowl of ice water to demonstrate mammalian dive reflex. Nice, very cool. That sounds like a great stream. I should go back and look at the VOD. What's going on in the Paleoverse today? So we were talking a little bit about deposition. How you get fossils preserved in certain areas, but not in others, depending on whether or not you have rock being formed at certain places. So we were talking about the difference between erosional and depositional settings. Erosional settings are where you've got erosion going on, so rock is being destroyed. In depositional settings, rock is being formed. Sedimentary rock, at least. And that's the area in which you get fossils, is in depositional settings like that. So yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. What do you think, sweetie pie? Is this, Is this cool stuff? Are we holding your attention here? What do you think? Huh? Yeah. Alright. Let's get you some more treats. Clearly that's what you want, huh? Yeah. Alright, alright. Not too many. Just a few dental treats for you. Good stuff. What do you think? Yeah. And there you go, Luna Nevermore. Yeah. Not my assistant. This is my landlord here, Sweetie Pie. She's one of 3 landlords. 4 legs on each of them. They're all cats. Sweetie Pie, Moon Pie, and Mini Pie. Yeah. And Chaotic Wolf says, what you're saying is I need to be buried in a shallow part of the ocean if I want to be found. Shallow part of an ocean, or maybe in a lagoon, or a floodplain, in a river, in a lake, along a delta, someplace like that. So here, we'll do a little quiz here. Let's see. Chat, is this a good place to get buried and preserved as a fossil. What do you think? Yes or no? Probably not, says Kenny HY. No, says Claire. Nay, says Jerry Moore. You are correct, chat. By contrast, is this a good place to become a fossil? There we go. What do you think? Yes? Indeed it is. Yep, yeah? You are correct. Yeah. So a depositional environment is one where you've got sediment being laid down. This is actually a big problem. The Louisiana Delta, this area in the U.S., the southern extent of Louisiana, is shrinking. It's going away. Because there's not very much sediment being put into it anymore. We've got all of these dams and stuff on the rivers upstream from here. These rivers used to flood seasonally. They used to bring all kinds of sediment downstream. And that was kind of slowly adding more land like this. So that was a great place to become a fossil. It's still better than a mountain is, but it's not as good as it used to be. There. Let's take a look at this right here.
The iconic Mississippi River Delta is of enormous importance to the country, especially near the Gulf Coast. More than 2 million people live near that part of the Delta. It's an economic engine, home to tourism, fisheries, and a shipping gateway to North America. And it's also a key wildlife habitat. Nearly 40% of the coastal wetlands in the contiguous U.S. is found in the Delta in Louisiana. But it's shrinking considerably due to a number of factors,
Look at that.
including engineering done some decades ago.
Yep.
Our science correspondent, Miles O'Brien, looks at those problems and efforts to prevent further loss.
All right, ladies, let's get ready for our coring.
In the place where the Mississippi River drains into the Gulf,
We don't actually know what we're gonna get here.
scientists are waist deep
Here we go.
in a desperate effort to stop the largest wetland system in the U.S. from vanishing.
All right, do us the honors. Great job. 25 to 27, gray.
Sedimentologist Carol Wilson is an associate professor at Louisiana State University.
I've been doing it for 25 years of my life now. More than half of my life I've
That's
been
a
down here
passionate
playing
person
in the
right
mud.
there.
She and her team are
I can relate. You know, these are my people, scientists, extremely curious about the world around them. They want to know everything that they can, and they're willing to work to do that. You know, that's what we're all about. Kindred spirit here.
studying the mud in the place they call the Bird's Foot, so named because of the way the Mississippi River spreads out into 3 channels at its mouth. By the time the river wends its way here to its marshy mouth, where soil, river, and sea mix in a swampy gumbo, the Mississippi is depleted of much of its famous mud.
Yep.
It's really strangled the delta, like this natural wetland. They're starved of sediment that they used to receive. So this area, since the 1950s, has been deteriorating.
River deltas grow and shrink naturally over time, but the mouth of the Mississippi is disappearing at an unnaturally rapid pace thanks to the way humans have engineered the river to answer their bidding.
The engineering of the river over the last couple of centuries has had several unintended consequences.
Marine geologist Sam Bentley is a professor at LSU. The trouble begins in a big tributary, the Missouri River. In the mid-20th century, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers built 6 major dams there to control floods, ensure navigation, and generate electricity.
So these were seen as an unalloyed good during the time. This is a big deal. What was this, the 1930s, I think? So during the Works Progress Administration. This is during the Great Depression in the U.S. People needed jobs. There were all of these areas that kept flooding when the Mississippi River would flood its banks. So we could give people jobs, we could generate electricity, we could prevent the flooding, have more predictable rivers. All of these were seen as good things. But that was because people didn't really understand the river as a dynamic system yet. And so they tried to control it and did manage to control it to a certain extent, but that had bad downstream effects.
The construction of dams for water control in the upper Missouri Basin cut off sediment supply to the lower river in the first half of the 20th century.
So basically you have these dams that are filling up with sediment, and they're not letting sediment flow further downstream, and that causes more erosion when the river makes its way out to the ocean. So you're losing big chunks of Louisiana year after year because you don't have the sediment flowing down that river.
Essentially lowered the amount of sediment that's carried by the river by at least 50%.
The Corps has built and maintains about 3,500 miles of levees and flood walls along the Mississippi from Cape Girardeau to the Bird's Foot. The structures are there to prevent floods and keep commerce flowing.
Those levees and those hardening structures have prevented sediment to go from the river to the deltaic wetlands, which require sediment to sustain themselves.
And Shark Geek makes an interesting point here. Guessing the biggest concern is the loss of the delta is biodiversity loss. That would be one of my biggest concerns. But also, people in Louisiana don't want their state to be shrinking. They don't want to be losing land left and right, which is what's happening. But yeah, the biodiversity loss, like the loss of these wetlands, this habitat for all of these different organisms, birds and bony fishes and cartilaginous fishes, like skates and rays, things like that. Insects and other invertebrates and reptiles, things like alligators and turtles. These creatures rely on this habitat, and if they don't have a place to live, then they're goners, you know?
The oil and gas industry is also to blame, locally and globally.
And Murph makes a really good point here, too. Less land protection from storms. Yes. So things like wetlands provide a natural barrier to protect human settlements from things like hurricanes. If you don't have that buffer anymore, you know, what could have been like a bad blow from a hurricane turns into like a fatal sucker punch. You know, if you don't have that kind of cushioning there, it's bad news.
Sea level is rising more than 3/4 of an inch a year here due to the climate crisis. And all the fossil fuel extraction that occurs in the region leads to the dredging of deep channels and the construction of pipelines. It all hastens the sinking of the Mississippi River Delta, so-called subsidence. On average, the Delta loses about a football field of wetlands every 100 minutes.
So a football field is 100 feet long. So that's just shy of 100 meters. So 100 meters, but how wide is I think we're talking about an American football field, right? How many yards wide is that? Like 30? So yeah.
Surely, one of the most
Lavender, thank you for the 3 months of support. Appreciate that.
And certainly one of the most famous is a dinosaur.
Thank you, Lavender, for the 3 months of support. I appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. So yeah, this is a big deal. I want to go back to this. And Murph lives here in Louisiana, by the way. Murph says, living here, it feels like everything will be water before too long. It's nuts. Like, we're losing Louisiana.
River Delta, so-called subsidence. On average, the delta loses about a football field of wetlands every 100 minutes.
That's nuts, you know? That's a really, really fast rate of land loss there.
The combination of these factors has driven the entirety of the delta, not just the Bird's Foot, but much of the Mississippi River Delta, into a catastrophic state of decline.
Yep.
Carol Wilson is part of a multidisciplinary team led by Bentley that is studying this catastrophe on multiple fronts. The work is funded, ironically, by the $20 billion settlement from BP to atone for its Deepwater Horizon oil spill in 2010.
What we are out here to study is the natural dynamics, but also is it keeping pace or not with that relative sea level rise. So think about, the land surface is going down. Can the marsh fill in that gap in that space?
Nearby, her colleagues, coastal hydrologist Matt Hyatt and river scientist Corey Consor, are gathering data to better understand.
Golden Target says, we're sorry with regard to BP. I mean, shoot, if anybody in the U.S. government knew what they were doing, they would have seized all of BP's assets within the U.S. and been like, okay, you really seriously messed things up. You're done. We're taking all your stuff. You had your chance. Anyway, don't get me started, Oh, boy. Lenina, thank you for gifting Astronomy Show. Really appreciate that, Alina. Lenina, thank you.
They have given 439 gift subs in the channel.
Good stuff. Appreciate you, Lenina. Thank you very, very much. Astronomy Show, how are you doing? It's good to have you here.
Understand how the river delivers sediment from the channel to the marsh. They use an acoustic instrument that measures the speed of small particles suspended in the water.
We can make a prediction of how much sediment is actually moving through the river channel and into those wetland environments through small secondary channels that connect to the main channels.
When the water...
And Luna Nevermore, thanks for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for following.
Water is too shallow to use the acoustic device. They release photodegradable dye and measure its spread with a drone.
Oh, interesting.
What's really important about that is it not only gives us the water velocity through the wetlands, but it shows us how that water and sediment interact with the vegetation within the wetland.
The challenge is to find ways to divert Mississippi mud into the marshland without affecting navigation on the river.
The idea that the Mississippi River could be unleashed and magically nourish all these areas sounds very romantic. It just doesn't work that way in practice.
Right, because you have to, use the river for commerce rather than letting it just be a river,
Biologist Jeff Corbino is an environmental resource specialist for the Army Corps of Engineers. He helps manage a complex dredging campaign to keep the river channel 50 feet deep from Baton Rouge to the mouth year-round.
Mother Nature is always going to win. We're in no way controlling the Mississippi River. We react to it. We are playing the cards that we are dealt.
Right now,
they are trying to control it.
Corps is dealing with orders to save as much of the dredged sediment as it can to nourish and sustain healthier wetlands. Scientists on Sam Bentley's team are also hoping their data will inform efforts to design and build diversions to reroute and spread Mississippi sediment throughout the dying wetlands.
There you go.
They're controversial in many ways, but the science supporting diversions as a tool for coastal restoration has been very solid for many decades.
So why would a diversion project be controversial at all? Let's take a look at one of them to try to understand why.
Oh boy.
This is New Orleans here. Here's the Bird's Foot and the...
Shark Geek says dredging is wrecking our ecosystems in southeast Florida right now as well. Yeah, that's awful, Shark Geek. Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Appreciate you, Hogan. Thank you. Shark Geek says lots of shallow reefs get buried when it washes back out as well. Yeah.
The river, which runs between the two of them. In 2023, construction began on the $2.9 billion Mid-Barataria Sediment Diversion Project. The idea, when the Mississippi had enough water to spare, water would be diverted into Barataria Bay, right about here to make these wetlands more healthy. But the problem is down here is a big oyster area, and the salinity of the water for oysters is very critical. This would have a great impact on those businesses.
What? Oysters aren't businesses. They're invertebrates. What's he talking about? Did I miss something?
Is a big oyster area, and the salinity of the water for oysters is very critical. This would have a great impact on those businesses. The oyster industry led the charge.
Oh. People don't care about the oysters for the sake of the oysters. They care about them because they want to kill and eat them. How naive of me. I don't know. People will eat anything. Oh boy. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to. Let's continue.
Of opposition. Governor
Different
Jeff
strokes for
Landry
different folks.
withdrew state
Sure.
support, and the project is now dead.
In order for our wetlands to have a chance, they've got to have some kind of supply of sediment to them. If a diversion is not the exact mechanism, then let's come up with another plan.
Over the past century, Louisiana has lost a landmass roughly the size of Delaware.
Shoot. But, you know, people need to make money off of eating, filter feeding invertebrates that bioaccumulate toxins. Sorry.
Without a viable plan to restore balance between nature and navigation, between ecology and economy, the next 100 years could erase what's left. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Miles O'Brien in Venice, Louisiana.
You can see more of Miles's reporting on the Mississippi and the threats it faces from his recent special live stream. You can find that at pbs.org/newshour.
Oh. Miles O'Brien, famed live streamer. Pretty cool. A colleague, you could say. Nice. So anyway, deposition. It's important for fossilization. Waterborne sediments are the things that bury the carcasses that will become fossils, but they also keep Louisiana from disappearing too. You can see how all of these things are interconnected. When you study geology, when you study Earth history, you study fossils, it gives you perspectives and connections and things like that that you wouldn't have otherwise, you know? And all of these different fields interfinger. They're all related to one another. It's important stuff, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Fix one thing, break another from it. There you go, RB42, yeah. And TGI Rex says it's actually crazy how interconnected the world is. How much abiotic and biotic factors rely on one another? Absolutely, yeah. Understanding those interrelationships is difficult, but also endlessly fascinating, you know? There are thousands of lifetimes of worth of work to be done on stuff like this, and it's all worth doing, you know? There's so many interesting things that you can get involved with when it comes to the natural sciences. It's extraordinary, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Did I give you a link to that? I don't know if I did. Here's a link to that piece from PBS NewsHour there. They're in the chat for you. Good stuff. Oh, I almost forgot again to do a post on Blue Sky real quick, so let's do that. quick screenshot. See if that's any good. There we go. Not too shabby. There we are. Beautiful. Post. There we go. We're chatting about... What were we talking about earlier? Talking about armored dinosaurs. What are the other topics that we were covering? Osteo, histology, sediment deposition, erosion. By Louisiana. An MMN man says, why not on... Oh, you mean Twitter? Ugh. That's a hellhole nowadays. I used to really like Twitter up until a couple years ago, and it just became unusable. Like, everybody on there is either a bot or a Nazi. It's just... I can't stand that place. I don't even know if I have an account anymore. They may have, like, auto-deleted mine. But, yeah. The place sucks. Sorry. It's the worst. Claire says, I think you deleted yours? No, I did not. Oh, it's still on there. Apparently? Wait, hang on. Hasn't posted. No, they like auto-deleted my account, apparently. Yeah. Ugh. Hogan says it's still there. I see you. Are there any tweets on there left? Or did they get rid of them all? Yeah. The site isn't showing your posts unless you sign in. Again, garbage site. The sheer amount of, like, censorship and suppression of free speech and just, like, manipulation of posts and stuff like that occurs on Twitter nowadays is... I just don't want to... I have no desire to be involved with that. Now you have to log in before you see anything, too? I don't know. It destroyed that site. Anywho. Yeah. There you go. Shark Geek says, but who needs free speech when we have billionaires to tell us what to do? Yeah. I don't know. Blue Sky certainly has its flaws, but it's a million times better and more fun than Twitter is nowadays. I just got so sick and tired of having to deal with... I can't repeat some of the stuff that, like, was posted on there. And then you go and try and report it, and they say, oh, you know, there's no problem with our terms of service. It's like, there's literally, like, slurs in this person's username, and their profile picture is of, you know, corpses of lynched people. Like, how is that not... I don't know. It's all over the place now. It's everywhere. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, this is why I'm not on there anymore. Ugh. Blue Sky. It's not perfect, but I like it a heck of a lot more. Chatting about armored dinosaurs, osteohistology, sediment deposition, and erosion. By Louisiana. That almost sounds happy. Let's put an emoji in there. And all kinds of paleontology and natural history topics. Join us on Twitch at twitch.tv/paleontologizer. All right, and alt text. It's a screenshot of me in my office. Behind, on the back wall, are various fossil 3D prints, cycads, a tuatara, and a big Brachiosaur model. I was going to say Brachiosaurus, but that's actually Giraffatitan, not Brachiosaurus. Strictly speaking, if we're going to be all well actually about it. But yeah. That's good enough.
Hold on to your butts.
Post. Good stuff. Refresh, and there it is. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow, Shark Geek says social media is a mess. I actually got death threats and TikTok comments. Oh boy. And TikTok decided it didn't violate their user agreement. Yeah. But also, TikTok will literally delete your posts if you use cuss words in them. Or if you use words like kill. It's so weird, like the standards that they have don't seem to be consistent. They don't seem to make sense. But yeah. And I do still double space after a sentence. That's how I learned how to type years and years ago, and it stuck with me. One space just doesn't feel right. I don't know. I realize that's a holdover from the typewriter days, where that would help keep the typewriter from jamming, apparently, when you do what's called French spacing, 2 spaces after a period. But yeah, you know, it's a style choice, I suppose, nowadays. Anyhow, and Luna Evermore does that too. Craigery, yeah. It was also nice in high school where, and middle school as well. If you had to write a 2-page paper, that might be an extra few lines, you know, fewer that you have to type if you have double spacing after a period. But, yeah. And yeah, Ungoy, it is a thing for people with dyslexia. I can create kind of rivers of white lines. People with dyslexia, it can be really distracting if there are like double spaces after a period. I've read that that's the case, but it's not as big a factor as just choosing the right kind of font. There are certain fonts that are apparently easier for people with dyslexia to concentrate on. So that's a thing, apparently. Anywho, yeah. But, yeah. Let's see, and we had a question up here, didn't we? Let me scroll up and see if I can find that. Yeah. Wingdings. There you go, isolated. I feel like there's a question up here. I'm trying to find it so I can answer it for some reason. And rainstorm fur? You can't find what you need on Blue Sky? It's so much easier on Blue Sky, though, than it is on Twitter most of the time. Are you using their, the feeds function here? So this, I think, is one of the strongest features that Blue Sky has, where if you're interested in a particular thing, you can follow that feed. And there are also, like, starter packs that you can get. So, like, say you want to follow a bunch of paleontologists, for instance. I don't know if I'm able to find this in time, but I'm a member of several paleontologist starter packs, where with the click of a button, you can follow a ton of people all at the same time. And, it makes things pretty simple. Let's see here. There we go. Starter pack of vertebrate paleontologists. Here's a link to that right here. So yeah, David Levering, who works with SVP, Thomas Holtz, Larry Whitmer, Neil Shubin is right there, and I'm on this one too. So I don't know. Blue Sky makes it really, really easy to be able to find if you're interested in a particular subject, topic, something like that. Chances are there's a starter pack, there's a feed that you can follow. With like a single click, there you go, looking for exactly what you want. And they don't shove a bunch of stupid ads and stuff in your face like Twitter does. They don't have like sponsored posts and, you know, there isn't really much of an algorithm or anything either. It's just, if you're looking for a thing, it's easy to find that thing. A million times better than Twitter, in my opinion. Yeah. And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. And let's see here. And Game Over says, what chooses the starter pack? So you can make your own starter pack. Like, here's a bunch of people I follow from this particular subject, or here's people who do this kind of thing. You make a starter pack like that, and you can share it, and if people appreciate it, they'll share it around, and it'll become more popular. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. How are you doing, Mini Pie? You come here for some treats? You know I'm gonna have to brush you first. We got the short hair cat brush. Can we try this? Yeah? Alright, let's do it. There we go. Good stuff. Let's get rid of some of that excess fur, huh? Yeah. And it's interesting how to do it. I didn't... I'm not sure if the long-term plan is to keep Blue Sky as a non-profit or not, but I don't know. I like it for now. If it gets worse, maybe I'll switch to something else, but that's the one that I like at the moment. I've been on there for a couple years, and it seems to only really be getting better. Yeah. And Luna Nevermore says, question, what, if anything, was your aha moment when you realized you wanted to be a paleontologist? That's a great question, Luna. Jokingly say that I realized I wanted to be a paleontologist the same day I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. So I was very young at the time. It was just kind of always what I wanted to do. At the time I was really, really little. And I've been very lucky to be able to pursue that. There's a lot of childhood dreams in the world. A lot of things that people want to do when they're kids, and then oftentimes reality steps in. Not even reality, just the society that we've built here. It's not engineered around producing fulfillment and happiness for people. It's built around producing money for a select few people. So a lot of people's spirits get broken in the meantime. A lot of dreams get shattered. A lot of people get exploited. It's very, very rare to actually be able to pursue a lifelong dream. And I've been exceedingly lucky. And I try to never forget that, you know? Every day I try and remember that the odds of this happening are very, very low, so I'm very fortunate. And it's thanks to this community here, all these people supporting this broadcast financially, tuning in every day, rating in, moderating, all of that stuff. These are all what allow me to continue to do this, to pay the bills through live streaming, to be able to conduct paleontological fieldwork and research, and lab work, and share that with everyone. This is a dream come true, you know? It's hard to make a living as a paleontologist. When we were in Claremont, California, back in last September, here, do I have this timestamped? I might. See if I can find that clip.
Kind of dinosaur.
There we go. So when I was at the Alf Museum in Claremont, California, the Raymond M. Alf Museum of Paleontology, is he curator or is he museum scientist? I'm not sure what his exact job title is, but this is Andy Farkey. He works on dinosaurs, especially horned dinosaurs and duck-billed dinosaurs. And he kindly came out to talk to us when we were there doing a little stream from the museum. This was great, but Andy made some really interesting points about how difficult it is to actually have a career in paleontology that pays the bills. You know? Yeah.
It was like basically like a borderline inappropriate teenage joke, like from the 1950s.
Yeah.
There's some really weird inside jokes in there. I've talked with some of them, and it's like, well, why did you name it this? And they're like, well, it relates to this.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Soaring Spirit, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. There we go.
Standard question I'd like to ask colleagues on stream is if they have any advice for anybody watching who might want to become a paleontologist.
Oh, yeah.
Like kind of drawing from your own experience and your own story.
Yeah.
Yeah, what advice can you give?
Yeah, I think my biggest advice for anyone interested in paleo is not to limit yourself. I always have loved dinosaurs. Well, since like the age of 4. I haven't always loved dinosaurs, but I've loved dinosaurs since I was
Since you were aware of them,
yeah. And, you know, I always had a thought that I'd want to be a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yeah.
But I also was really excited to discover there's other facets of paleontology, there's other facets of science that are super interesting and super informative. And I think, you know, I've always been lucky to be able to get a broad background from the people I've been around and also have that broad background to enable me to pursue different kinds of opportunities.
Yeah.
The statistic I always use is, you know, there are more. It is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
That's
like
true. By the numbers, this is true. Yeah. I want to repeat that. Let's take it back just a second.
Yeah.
The statistic I always use is, you know, there are more. It is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yeah, when your official title is dinosaur paleontologist, if you're like, I think he's maybe talking about curatorships at museums in particular. That's like a job title.
When you look at the NFL
Yeah.
draft,
Oh, man,
there are
that's-
more
that's
quarterback
true.
positions every year than there are dinosaur curators positions that open up.
Yep.
And so I like to think I'm in an elite class.
Yeah.
You know, I'm more elite. I wish I get paid at NFL level salaries, but I think the point being that you know, being able to have diverse paths for your career. Like I never imagined when I was a grad student that someday I'd be able to work with high school students at a high school and be able to run a museum in that way. Like that's,
So Peter Steves makes a really good point here. People shouldn't be discouraged if they don't get the job they want immediately, as long as they are busy doing something and slowly growing into what they love to do. Exactly. And that's what Andy is talking about here, where his official title is not dinosaur paleontologist or museum curator. Let's find out what his official title actually is. But he is getting to do incredible things there at that museum. There we go. Andrew Farkey. So he is, I guess, museum director? Yeah, very cool. But this is an odd museum in the sense that it's on a high school campus. This is like a really fancy private high school in Claremont, California. The Raymond M. Alf Museum of Paleontology is unique. It's the only proper museum on a high school campus anywhere in the world. And he gets to work with high school students on fossil research. It's super, super cool stuff.
when I was a grad student that, someday I'd be able to work with high school students at a high school and be able to run a museum in that way. Like that's not a career path I ever thought would be open.
Sure.
So being able to be open to different kinds of opportunities, different kinds of possibilities, even though I'm not like strictly, my job title is not paleontologist, I'm able to do paleontology in a setting.
So he is a paleontologist, and my definition for a paleontologist is, do you do paleontology? It's like Jim says, a paleontologist is what a paleontologist does. If you're doing paleontology, if you're excavating fossils, if you're conducting research, and maybe this is the easiest litmus test in there, the most cut and dry one, if you're publishing papers in paleontology, then you are a paleontologist. And Andy Farkey fits all of those criteria, so he is 1,000,000% a paleontologist, even if that's not the job title on the website. He is a working paleontologist, even though it might not say that on his business card or whatever, Yeah. Are you paleontologizing? Then you're a paleontologist. There you go, Charlie Strachan. Yeah. So yeah, this is excellent insight that he's giving here.
Working with all the things I've learned over the years about science communication, being able to write, being able to speak, being able to communicate in diverse and new formats. The idea of being on a Twitch stream. When I was a grad student, we didn't even know what it. There was no Twitch. There wasn't Twitter yet, or I guess whatever we're calling it nowadays. Any sort of stream. Blue Sky. And so being able to be flexible and not too boxed into just a single idea of what it means to be a scientist or what it means to be in paleontology. And some of my favorite people to work with in the profession are those that really don't have paleontology as any part of what they do. Some of our fossils that were found here, like the holotype for Griposaurus.
Well, when he says any part of what they do, I think he means like part of their job description or what they get paid to do. They're still doing paleontology, and that they're working with fossils, they're digging things up in the field.
First monumentensis.
The
guy who found that was a volunteer on a field crew. He's actually a carpenter. He's not a he's not a paleontologist by trade, but he's found a lot of really amazing fossils just because he has the skill, he has the interest in getting out and doing that. And he found a holotype, for a new kind of dinosaur, just because he had like the eye and the dedication and that. And so even though he's not a professional in the sense of being a paid paleontologist, he's someone who does paleontology.
There you go, TGI Rex. Well, shoot, Jack Horner is actually a really good example of this, where Jack Horner doesn't have, I don't think Jack actually graduated with did he graduate with an undergrad degree? I don't think he did, or a master's or a PhD. Jack Horner's degree is honorary, and he 1,000,000% deserves it for all of the work that he's done. Jack Horner has contributed phenomenal amount to the progress of dinosaur paleontology. But his path was a rather unconventional one. Jack Horner is severely dyslexic. Reading is extraordinarily difficult for him. He became a paleontologist by doing paleontology, by doing the work. So he's Dr. John R. Horner because of an honorary degree from the University of Montana in Missoula. But he ran a museum. He conducted fieldwork. He's published I don't know how many papers. But he's a wonderful illustration of this concept, where a paleontologist is what a paleontologist does. I have heard other scientists, other paleontologists say, well, you know, you really can't call yourself a paleontologist until you have a PhD from an accredited institution, you know, in paleontology. It's like, I strongly disagree with that. If you're doing paleontology, if you're publishing papers, if you're actively contributing to the field, you are a paleontologist. That kind of like completely unnecessary gatekeeping it rankles me, you know? Like, why do people have to be like that? It doesn't do any good for anybody. So, and I think Andy Farkey would agree.
Amazing discoveries,
you know?
And I think that's true for like our high school student, you know, Malcolm McKenna, before he was a paleontologist, finding this. And so I think that my big message to come back full circle is, you know, being flexible, being open to different opportunities, being open to different ways of engaging with the science, because there's a lot of different ways to do that. And I like to look at it that way also because it means that, you know, I want everyone to feel like they have a place to be a paleontologist or to engage with paleontology. And so I think the more ways, the bigger we think of paleontology, the broader we think of it, the more opportunities there are for engagement.
Right.
So, and to be a part of it. Because it's such a cool field. And there's so many different ways you can get involved and then turn it into a career working in groundwater protection, or turn it into a career as a teacher, or turn it into a career, you know, doing whatever you're doing. Even better, turning it into a career as an entrepreneur who becomes a multi-billionaire and then
who can fund further field work and research.
And really, you know,
we need more of those. We need people who have made obscene amounts of money, who are very interested in paleontology, and they're like, hey, I wanted to become a paleontologist, but I didn't. Maybe I went into business or did this or that, but I could drive the field forward by funding research or field work. I know a couple of people like this who, you know, they might not be fabulously wealthy, but they're extraordinarily generous with their time and with their money for helping fund paleontological work. And that pays dividends. I mean, holy cow, the number of new dinosaur and other species that we're going to be able to dig up and publish, it's extraordinary. Like the bang for your buck that you're getting there. Anywho, I really like the point that Andy is making here, where like paleontology is not just being a curator in a museum or a professor at a university. There's so many different ways to be a paleontologist, and outside of that too, expanding even more broadly, there's so many different ways to contribute to fossil science, to help understand the history of life on Earth. Different ways to get involved in that don't necessarily require you to be a paleontologist or like do paleontology in the traditional sense of the word too. You can volunteer on a field crew, you can volunteer at a museum with fossil prep, you can help fund field work, you can do outreach. There's so many different ways that people can contribute to this discipline. And I think that doesn't get talked about enough. This is something that I'm excited to discuss with some other folks from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology in the near-ish future. So I'll be hopefully in some conversations about that pretty soon. But yeah. Otter Do It says, if I make it big, that's been my goal, to fund science that is historically underfunded. I appreciate that, Otter. We need more folks like you, you know? Yeah.
We need everyone engaged with the field.
Yeah.
Because you know, it's not just me, it's not just you, it's not just the folks on the watching this right now. It's, you know, everyone all together. So That's my long-winded piece of advice.
Brilliant. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah,
thanks. Yeah.
Andy Farkey, everybody.
Yeah. Good to see you all. And I'll see you around, I'm sure.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks again.
Enjoy.
I really need to send him a thank you note or something for that, because that was super cool, taking time out of his day, completely impromptu, to talk with us on a live broadcast. Big paleo salute to Andy Farkey there. Yeah, good guy. Like Andy a lot. Yeah. And TGI Rex says, by the way, I'm doing geology for undergrad and then paleobiology for master's. Oh, very cool. Possibly PhD? That's fine to become a paleontologist, right? Well, yeah, that's absolutely like the traditional way to do that, TGI Rex. Yeah. Yeah. If you were to ask 100 different paleontologists, how do I become a paleontologist? Probably 60 to 80 of those answers would be exactly what you described. Yeah. But just know that even if things go a little bit askew, you know, if the master's program doesn't work out, if you get a bad advisor, if funding falls through, like there's so many different ways that can be cut short. There are lots and lots and lots of other ways to be involved with paleontology and be a paleontologist. The traditional academic route is the one that everybody thinks of first, and that's great, but it's not the only way. So many of us are going to have to get more creative, especially at a time when science funding is being slashed, not just in the US, but in other parts of the world too. This is how I'm able to make my living, by doing science outreach full-time, by doing paleontological live streams 4 days a week, and 7 days a week when I'm in the field. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist. It's an alternate career path, and so many of us are going to have to find alternate career paths, at least for the foreseeable future. I sincerely hope that one of these days things will turn around, not just in the US, but around the world, and we'll have an increase in funding for things like fossil science. We'll have an understanding among the general public and among people in positions of power that this stuff is important. Fossil science gives us perspective that we wouldn't otherwise have. It gives us a different way of looking at the world. It gives us a certain degree of wisdom for looking at these different problems that face us over this next century. We want to figure out the solutions to climate change and how to adapt to the climate change that's already baked in. Looking at the fossil record, the history of life on Earth, how have different ecosystems adapted to climate change? What can we expect as the climate changes? Paleontology is vital for understanding that. But not just this stuff, like in a practical sense, but paleontology is also inspiring to people. If you want more young people to go into science, to become the scientists, and the engineers, and the medical doctors, and the philosophers, and the historians, and the librarians, and people involved in knowledge fields, if you want young people to be interested in learning, knowledge, gathering information, funding paleontology is a great way to do that. It's like planting a seed. It's a small bit of science funding that you put in, and then years later, when new discoveries result from that, kids hear about it. Kids love dinosaurs. That's often a child's first real foray into learning. There are so many people who are watching this right now, people in the chat, who they first fell in love with learning through dinosaurs when they were a little kid. And maybe they didn't stick with dinosaurs, but that first foray into learning eventually blossomed into a career in engineering or information technologies, programming, in history, archaeology, biology, chemistry, whatever. Dinosaurs are a gateway into learning. Paleontology in general is. And just a small upfront investment in funding that science can yield dividends in the future. One of these days, I really want to commission a study where we get proper numbers on that. How many different people in knowledge fields first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs? I want to have actual numbers on that because I think it would be really useful to us as paleontologists to be able to point to that and go, look, I know people say that the study of dinosaurs will never cure cancer, but actually it might. Maybe that person who eventually ends up curing cancer, maybe they went into medical research because when they were a kid, they first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs, you know? If you fund this work, maybe it will end up curing cancer someday. It's a neat thought, you know? Anyway. Yeah. How to Do It says it's definitely a gateway science. I remember being fascinated with dinosaurs at a very early age. There you go. Yeah. Flickster says, when I was a kid, I was interested in two things, cowboys and dinosaurs. Lol. Flickster, are you a fan of the film The Valley of Gwangi from 1969? Because that sounds like that'd be right up your alley, especially as a kid. Yeah. But yeah. Pointy Zero says, I loved dinosaurs as a kid, and I have an advanced degree in genetics. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. And Suryogi-wan says, my 3-year-old great-nephew loves a couple dinosaur-related cartoons, and he knows a heap of different species by name. There you go. Yeah. He might grow up to be a scientist, or an engineer, or a philosopher, or a historian, or a sociologist, or whatever, you know? Different knowledge fields. So many of those start, the path to that starts with dinosaurs. It's kind of remarkable, you know? Yeah. And that is a Tuatara there in Gen 728. Yes, indeed. There we go. Yeah. This is indeed a Tuatara. Sphenodon punctatus, right? Sphenodontian. I thought that we were going to do a fundraiser on fossil sphenodontians to help fund some of the research on them, and it turns out Jim Kirkland talked with Ed Simpson, and Ed's going to fund it, so we don't even have to worry about that, which is really cool. I thought I was going to talk all about Tuatara today, and we still can if you're curious, if you're interested. But, yeah, that's one thing that we won't have to worry about today is, yeah, worrying too much about fundraising, which is cool. Yeah, I've got to make sure I don't have a cat. Good. Let's put this back. There we go. Yeah. And to get into comp sci on my own. Oh, very cool. How to do it? Yeah. Yeah. No, I can relate to a certain extent. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. And there you go, Flickster52. Oh yeah, Valley of Gwangi. Great film. Underrated. But yeah, good stuff. Oh, an interesting isolated. That's why it's called the Tuatara. So you do an image search for Tuatara, and you get some of these. Doesn't look like a very practical vehicle. I wouldn't want to take this into the field. It would get wrecked. But yeah, so the car's snout, the anterior end, they think resembles a Tuatara somehow? Maybe it's the, those kind of like jowly lines there. You do kind of see that in this guy. See those lines underneath the eye? Kind of going over the maxilla and then back toward the juncture with the lower jaw. I can see that there. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Honor Do It says that's a weird looking lizard. Where? Well, these guys are not lizards. The Tuatara here is, it is a lepidosaur, but it's outside of Squamata. This is a creature that evolved before lizards did. It is not a lizard. I want to make that really clear. Here. Let's go to squamates, which are lizards, including snakes. Squamates are lizards, and snakes are a kind of lizard. Snakes evolved from lizards. But the Tuatara is not a lizard. It is just outside of this group. It is part of Lepidosauria. It is a weird off-branch. Well, it's not weird. These guys used to be normal. Now there's only one species left in the entire world, but they're part of this grand lineage called the Sphenodontians. There used to be hundreds or thousands of species. Sphenodontians include the modern Tuatara. They include big herbivorous kinds that lived during the Mesozoic. There are marine kinds too. There are ones that lived in the oceans. There are ones that climbed trees. There are ones that lived in burrows. There are ones that were carnivorous, herbivorous, omnivorous. There's so many different kinds that existed during the age of dinosaurs. And I think they didn't do so hot when that asteroid hit. They almost went extinct alongside the dinosaurs, except for birds. But like birds, they managed to squeak through. Unlike birds, where we've got over 9,000 species today, now there's only one species of Sphenodontian left, and it is called the Tuatara. These guys now live in present-day New Zealand. Yeah. Here, check this out.
The Tuatara is the last survivor of a 200 million year old order.
Yep. Ungoy says, do we have any idea of how Tuataras came to New Zealand? They were there when New Zealand was still attached to Australia, as I understand it. Here. There we go. So, here, at the beginning of the age of dinosaurs, 240 million years ago, all of Earth's continents were stuck together in one big landmass that we call Pangaea. It's all Earth. And then over time, Pangaea starts to split apart. The continental plates drift, the continents start to move apart. South America, Africa, Antarctica, India, Madagascar, Australia, and New Zealand. They were all together in a big landmass that we call Gondwana. The southern continents were stuck together. But then these start to break apart as well. Madagascar, India, Antarctica, Australia, and I think New Zealand is up here. So the Tuatara were just kind of along for the ride as these continents continue to drift. Oh, New Zealand's over here, sorry. Yeah. And so they existed before New Zealand was a series of islands. Back when it was attached to mainland Gondwana.
Their spiny vertebrae more closely resemble those of fish and amphibians than lizards. And they have a unique hemoglobin that is strikingly inefficient at carrying oxygen around their bloodstream.
Oh. They're not very athletic animals. It's true.
You You see, the thing about tuatara is they are very, very
beautiful.
Slow.
Yeah, that too.
Tuatara only grow to 2 pounds, but they are actually the largest native reptile species in the whole country. There was so little competition in New Zealand that they hold the title of top endemic terrestrial predator.
Yep. And they have no third eye. No, they do have a well, kind of. They've got a pineal eye. This might talk about that too. It's covered by scales, but it's like a light-sensitive region on their skull. It's super cool.
Their only threat comes from large birds of prey. The tuatara diet is mostly made up of invertebrates.
Eating buggos.
But if they don't make a kill, it's no big deal.
They've got time.
Their metabolism is so slow that one meal will last them for a long time.
They're such cool
They live
critters.
for up to 100 years, only reaching sexual maturity between 10 and 20.
Jeez.
Females produce 1 egg every 2 to 7 years.
Yeah. 1 egg. And that egg takes like a year to incubate, right?
Incubate it for over a year.
Over a year, sorry. Yeah. Pretty neat critters, tuatara. They are so cool. Before I forget, I gotta do this soon. In San Diego, at the San Diego San Diego Zoo and Wildlife Park, whatever they call it. Hang on. San Diego Zoo and Wild Animal Park, I believe, is the full official title. Yeah, where is that? I'm looking for... San Diego Zoo, tuatara. Auckland Zoo. Toledo Zoo. Shoot. At the San Diego Zoo. Here we go. Huh. Weird. There might not be videos on it, but I need to get in contact with some folks there at the San Diego Zoo and see if it might be... if it might not be impossible to do a live stream with their tuatara. That would be incredibly cool. I know Balint from Science Streams is going to be doing a special behind-the-scenes tour with the Frozen Zoo, which I think is associated with the San Diego Zoo. He's been working on this for a long time. I'm a little bit late looking into this with the tuatara stuff, but it's an ambition of mine. I'd love to be able to do that. If not this year, maybe next year, we'll see. But tuatara are such incredibly cool animals. Here, take a look at this. All right.
Australia's most well-known animals would have to be this guy, the ancient tuatara, our very
Very
own
cool.
living dinosaur. But despite
Oh, very
being
cool.
so
I'd do it.
well known, We'd be very lucky to
San
meet
Diego
one.
Zoo is amazing.
Why is that? Well, tuatara are now extinct on the mainland and can only be found on offshore islands or in sanctuaries. However, their luck is about to change thanks to the innovative Head Start program at Auckland Zoo. Michelle, why do tuatara need a head start?
Basically, it's because of all the introduced pests and predators that we now have in New Zealand. They didn't evolve with the defences to be able to cope with them, so basically they have no chance whatsoever.
So what's involved in the Head Start program?
We have a group of
They're such
breeding
cool
adults
critters.
here at the zoo.
It's like they're
and they'll
straight out of the Mesozoic, you know?
excavate those burrows, take the eggs, and send them down to Victoria University in Wellington for incubation. Once the babies hatch down here, they come back to us here at the zoo, and we raise them until they're big enough to be released back onto the islands where their parents came from.
And how?
Very, very cool. They're such neat animals. And was Petrodactylus pointing this out? They've got incredibly weird skulls. I need to install a smaller nozzle on one of my 3D printers. Oh, by the way, doing some 3D printing right now, printing part of an Archelon skull, a giant Cretaceous sea turtle. But I need to install a smaller nozzle so I can properly print this. I have files for a tuatara skull. Really weird skull on these critters. There we go. Here's a 3D model. And Claire Burr says, aren't tuatara teeth just jaw spikes? Yes, Claire, yes. So they don't have true teeth in the traditional sense. They're not toothless per se, but their teeth are just projections of the jawbone. So rather than in other animals where the teeth are in sockets, you know, like our teeth have roots, we have sockets in our jaws for them. It's the same with dinosaurs, crocodiles, fishes, all kinds of critters. Bony fishes have got that. These guys, their teeth, whoop. What did I do? Refresh the page. Their teeth are just bumps on the jaw. So weird. So they can't replace their teeth. I'm not even totally sure that their teeth are covered with enamel in the way that other critters' teeth are. I don't know exactly what's going on with them. I did it again. But they're such weird, neat animals. They're incredibly cool. So they have these almost like buck teeth things on the front, like these incisors that you see right there. And those are projections of the jawbone. So weird and cool. So cracking a tooth and breaking a bone? Exactly, Murph, yeah. Yeah. Really weird and cool. Yeah. And the skeleton overall in these critters is fascinating. So like that other video was saying, their vertebrae look almost more like amphibian vertebrae than they look like the vertebrae of other reptiles. They've got a weird morphology to them. They're just bizarre animals. They're so weird and cool. And they're unique. There's no other creature like them on our planet today. They are the last of their kind. The last of the Sphenodontians. Sphenodon today. Which is part of Sphenodontia. There are a whole bunch of extinct species and genera. And these are kind of an understudied group. Like, there are a bunch of different kinds that are just sitting in collections that nobody's named yet. Where's Apisthia? Yeah, here we go. Apistheus is, look at that gorgeous skull right there. This is again the one from that postage stamp.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Mimaldo Zawu, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. There we go. Here's that gorgeous postage stamp from the James Gurney World of Dinosaurs. Stamp piece there. There's that guy is right here. Yeah. Anyhow, really neat. Really, really neat. And probably actually the last. Well, I mean, yeah, Murph. I don't know. I'd love to imagine a future where tuatara are reintroduced to mainland New Zealand and that they thrive. I'd love to imagine a future where they're all over the place there and they're able to increase in number, spread to new environments, and eventually speciate. So 1,000,000 years from now, we might have multiple species of tuatara. That's the hope, you know? I don't want them to be the last. I want them to be a continuation in this grand lineage that stretches all the way back to the Triassic period. I want these guys to have a future, to have a chance to have daughter species that spring from them. And, you know, maybe human beings will have gone extinct at that point, but we'll still have tuataras upon this planet, you know? We've only been around for a couple 100,000 years as human beings in our modern anatomical form anyway. We've had a good run. These guys, oh man, go all the way back to the Triassic period. I'd love to see them survive for another 100,000,000 years, you know? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. I want to boop its nose, says Petrodactylus. They're such cool critters. They do seem very, very boopable. Yeah. I mean, look at that. I love them. Yeah. And Murph says, question, a lot of critters start springing up in the late Cretaceous. Are the dinosaurs declining? I would say no. There is a lot of debate about whether or not dinosaurs are seeing a drop in diversity before they go extinct. I don't think the evidence points in that direction. I don't think dinosaurs are in decline. What's kind of happening... I think what's kind of happening is that there's a bunch of new groups of animals that kind of emerge throughout the Cretaceous period. But we got to be careful to realize that the Cretaceous is really long. So when we say that something happens during the Cretaceous period, we're talking about like 80 million years. So the Cretaceous starts, what, about 145? 144 or something like that? And it ends 66 million years ago. So 145 minus 66. That's 79 million years. We'll say 80, just for argument's sake. For the sake of simplicity. 80 million years. Of course you'd have important groups of animals that, ones that are important today, that show up during that 80 million year span of time. So a bunch of those different creatures are like, I think ants in their semi-modern form show up in the Cretaceous. Flowering plants show up during the Cretaceous, and there's so many different organisms that have a symbiotic relationship with flowers and other flowering plants. You've got the modern groups of sharks, I think. A lot of them show up in the Cretaceous. The teleost fishes really take off during the Cretaceous. There's so many different groups of organisms that really get their start or really diversify during the Cretaceous period. But a big part of that is just the Cretaceous is so long that, like, Got a ton of time there. Of course, important things would have happened during that time. Yeah, placental mammals. Our branch on the tree of life. There we go. Let's jump to mammals. Yeah, snakes evolved during the Cretaceous too, Murph. Yeah. So mammals. Mammals first evolve. This is during the Jurassic. It was probably earlier than that, I suspect. Probably like the late Triassic. But yeah. Anyway. Monotremes. The common ancestor of the platypus and the echidna lived during the Cretaceous. Marsupials seem to first evolve during the Cretaceous, and so do the placental mammals. 90 million years ago seems to be when the placental mammals first evolve and start to diversify. So yeah, a lot happened during the Cretaceous. And I think a big part of like why you have so many important groups of animals around today, animals and plants and other organisms, is that the end of the Cretaceous period was this huge bottleneck. It's something like 70-80% of life on Earth died out. And so the creatures that were already there at the end of the Cretaceous, those lucky few that made it through that extinction event, those lucky survivors, the world was theirs to inherit afterward. So if you're already established in the Cretaceous period, and you manage to somehow not go extinct at the end of it, the world's your oyster. You could take over afterward. And that's what the flowering plants and the mammals and the teleost fish and other groups like that, they all do that. You don't have too many other like major clades of animals that develop after the Cretaceous. Because you have this big adaptive radiation that happens at the beginning of the Paleogene. And it's like, if you're around during the Cretaceous and you manage to survive, you've got a huge head start. Does that make sense? Survivor bias, says Murph. Yeah. That's a good way to put it succinctly, yes. And Rushwing says the evolution of flowers would have opened up a lot of new niches, helped a bit, to an extraordinary extent. Yes. The vast majority of plant species around today are angiosperms. So let's go back to our tree of life and let's go to plants. Green plants. It's a huge group, millions of species. Yeah. Green plants. Well, 421,000 species on this tree at least. Interesting. So green plants, but how many of those are angiosperms? Of those 421,000 species, how many of them are flowering plants? Angiosperms. Flowering plants. More than 3/4. 368,000 species. More than 3/4 of the green plants today are flowering plants. These did not exist before the Cretaceous period. They weren't around. So imagine a world without flowers, without grasses, without fruit trees, without so many of the different plants that we're accustomed to seeing. It's nuts to think about, right? So here's a cool video about this from PBS Eons.
The Cretaceous period was an important time for life on Earth. The age of reptiles was in full swing, and dinosaurs were more diverse, more fierce, and more strange than ever. But
I'll see you later, Otter. Thanks for being
under
here.
the feet of the terrible lizards. For the first time in history, there were flowers.
Yep. Super important.
The fossil record of flowering plants goes back a long way, about 125 million years, which is what I like to call a very long time. But in the big picture of evolution, flowers are relatively late bloomers. Plants themselves make up a huge branch of the tree of life, including everything from moss you find on rocks to the towering redwoods. But the thing is, before the Cretaceous, Earth's landscape looked very different. If you could go back about 150 million years past the Cretaceous to the Jurassic period, you'd see plants that probably looked familiar, but still the picture would seem a little incomplete. You'd find things like ferns, low-growing, water-loving plants that are still around today. You can probably find one at your nearest doctor's waiting room. And there were lots of conifers, evergreen plants that typically bear cones, like today's pines, firs, and spruces. And then there were the cycads, seed-bearing plants with tough, spiky trunks and green fronds on top. If you wanted
cycads, like we have right here. Yeah. And then here's a fern, too, for good measure. I didn't know we'd be talking about those today, but some of my favorite plants. Cycads are so cool. And Ken, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Paleo Ken. Love you all. Feelings mutual, Ken. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good day.
Wanted to landscape your own Jurassic Park, these are the plants you would need. And what allowed ferns, conifers, and cycads to conquer the land was the way they reproduce. Ferns, for example, reproduce from spores and need damp environments for their reproductive cells to reach each other. Cycads have cones with seeds that are directly fertilized by pollen. And for conifers, much of the hard work of fertilization is done by the wind, which carries pollen from the male cones to the female cones. But after the Jurassic...
So if you suffer from seasonal allergies, especially like in the Rocky Mountain West, a lot of that is probably from things like conifers. But
Jurassic gave way to the early days of the Cretaceous, a new
and
form
cool, Luna Nevermore.
About
Sounds like you live in a cool
125
place.
million years ago, in a little pond in what's now northeastern China, one of the first flowers bloomed. Paleontologists have called the fossil of this primordial plant Archaefructus leoninensis. It wasn't exactly the...
Does that name sound familiar or evocative?
This primordial plant
Archaefructus liaoningensis. Liaoningensis. Why does that sound significant? Where have we heard that before? Anybody? Maybe there's a 2-part dinosaur emote that Tier 2 subscribers could boast? Definitely a critter, says Casey Snowart. Yes. Sinosauropteryx. Yes, MS Coggins and Casey Snowart. Yeah. Sinosauropteryx and so many of these other dinosaurs are from Liaoning. So Liaoning is a province, I think, in China. So Sinosauropteryx, Caudipteryx, Eutyrannus, Anchiornis. Maybe the majority of the feathered dinosaur skeletons around the world are from Liaoning province, China. Yeah. And this is around the same time that, well, this is, it seems, the place where the first flowers evolved. Or at least the earliest ones we found evidence of so far are from Liaoning. So here's a fun little tip. Anytime you see ensis in a species name like this, Liaoning ensis, that means from that place. So Velociraptor mongoliensis, a swift thief from Mongolia. Archaeofructus liaoningensis means the ancient fruit from Liaoning. Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis, from Wyoming. So yeah. And what is that age? It's about 130 million years old, I think. Maybe 125, something like that. But yeah. And hang on, before we continue, Scorch Hellfire says, I've got lots of cardboard palm cycads around my house. Super cool. That is, Zamia furfuracea, I think, is the genus and species. Zamia furfuracea. Yeah. The cardboard palm, which is not anywhere close to palms. It's not close. It's a cycad. Totally different from palms. These guys are so cool. I really want to get one of these. If Ios or Lordy are watching, Be a good birthday present. They're so cool. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, cardboard palm. It's funny, it's not a palm at all. Palms are a kind of angiosperm, a kind of flowering plant. So palms did not exist in the Jurassic. They start to kind of show up in the Cretaceous, but they're not, I don't know how common they are until later in the Cretaceous. But it's another thing that's wrong with the Jurassic Park logo. Yeah. Oh, looking for a large size one, please. Thank you. Larger than that, please. Oh, whatever. Anyway, Jurassic Park, even though Tyrannosaurus is from the Cretaceous period, it doesn't have a nostril right there. Where's its nares? How does he smell? Terrible. Anyway, you got a bunch of palms right there, which I guess maybe is a reference to the Costa Rican island on which the park was built. But palms are not from the Jurassic either. They're from the Cretaceous and later. So yeah, there were no palms during the first half of the Age of Dinosaurs, which is fascinating to think about, right? A lot of people associate palm trees with dinosaurs, but yeah, there were no palms for the first half of the Age of Dinosaurs. What about horsetails? Oh yeah, they were everywhere, Dr. Morbius. Horsetails are from long before the dinosaurs. Equisedum type plants. But yeah.
Leonensis. It wasn't exactly the type of flower you'd bring home to your significant other. It looks like a pair of little wisps with tiny leaves on the sides, but to paleobotanists, Archaea fructus is incredibly exciting because it's one of the first known examples of an angiosperm, what biologists call flowering plant. If you see a piece of fruit on a tree or a flower in a garden, you're looking at an angiosperm. Also known as fruiting plants, angiosperms place their seeds inside an enclosure, and that is
So, Avocado Abogado, welcome. It's good to see you. Your namesake is an angiosperm, a flowering plant. Yeah.
If you see a piece of fruit on a tree or a flower in a garden, you're looking at an angiosperm. Also known as fruit.
Avocados are angiosperms.
Place their seeds inside an enclosure. And that is, evolutionarily speaking, a big deal. Because those enclosed seeds couldn't just be pollinated by the wind or the water. Instead, for the first time, in order to reproduce, plants had to enlist the help of animals. The main task of the flower, for example,
And not for the first time. This is not actually... cycads, many of them are pollinated by beetles, and they probably were way back in the day, too, in the Mesozoic. So a lot of plants already had partnerships with different kinds of animals, like beetles. I think. It used to be assumed that all cycads were pollinated by the wind, kind of like conifers. But it turns out, you study these things carefully, and like, a bunch of cycad species today are actually pollinated by beetles primarily. It's probably the same way during the Mesozoic, I would presume. We should talk to a cycad expert at some point. That would be really neat. Yeah.
Is to attract pollinators so they can help with the dirty work of fertilization. And the fruit that grows around the fertilized seeds is basically just a tasty capsule that encourages animals to eat the seeds and then drop them elsewhere. So basically, angiosperms evolved to hijack animals' attraction to what's fragrant and what's tasty. And you can see those beginnings in little Archaea fructus, whose anatomy had a lot in common with modern flowers. For example, Archaea fructus had modified leaves that surrounded its egg cells, forming what's called a carpel, and it had pollen-producing organs called stamens. These features are seen in flowering plants today, but instead of being wrapped up in pretty petals like flowers that we know, these reproductive parts were arranged along the stem of the plant. Nonetheless, Archaea fructus and others like it marked a turning point in the evolutionary history of plants. Once that started, neither plants nor animals would ever be the same. Angiosperms spurred the evolution of many different pollinators, some of which unknowingly became adapted to help plants reproduce. And in time, flowering plants took over the world. By the time of Triceratops and T-Rex in the late Cretaceous, angiosperms were becoming more plentiful, replacing the cycads and conifers that had grown there before. Eventually, they took on more familiar forms as the world saw its first forest of magnolias, oaks, and beech trees. Today, flowering plants make up the biggest single group in the plant kingdom, accounting for more than 80% of the world's terrestrial plant.
Which is nuts. We were talking about how important angiosperms were before, and this really hammers that point home. Look at that. Out of all the plants,
the biggest single group in the plant kingdom.
So if each one of these different dots is a plant family or something like that, or an order or whatever, look at how many of them are angiosperms.
Plant kingdom, accounting for more than 80% of the world's terrestrial plant. It may seem strange to think of something as fragile as Archaefructus as starting a global revolution, but that's exactly what the angiosperms
Hey, thanks, TGI Rex.
And to think,
you sleep
it
well,
all
huh?
started
Thanks for
with a
being
little wisp of a plant that sprouted in the shadows of the dinosaurs.
here. Pretty darn cool. This is a lovely video from PBS Eons. I'll give you the link here. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, awesome. I think with that, we're approaching 6 o'clock pretty swiftly here. My time, anyway. Here in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I've got a bunch of stuff that I got to work on. I got emails to send. I've got that Tyrannosaurus skull to work on. I want to try and do some painting before it gets dark outside. I'm going to wrap things up a little bit early today. About half an hour earlier than we normally would. I usually try and do a good 5 hours for an office stream on a weekday. But I got a lot going on. So we're going to wrap this up right here. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody doing some science here on Twitch. Who else have we got? Come on now. Wait, hang on. Is my good friend Snail Chaser streaming right now? And thank you, Murph, for gifting RB42.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to RB42 underscore.
Because I have one. I'm gonna have to get rid of something. Well, I think now.
Hey, can I raid in with
10 seconds on the run.
Few folks? Wanted to ask.
Oh, wait, let me
So we're not imposing.
Okay.
Let's see what he says.
Straight up. Thank you. Raid in? What's happening? With a can I raid in with a... Yeah, but it would be scary. But yeah, you can. I'm like scared and alone. I keep forgetting I'm even streaming. You know, and when you're streaming and it's...
So, this is,
waking up panicked, like, oh, I'm streaming, I'm playing a game, oh. That's...
just a quiet raid.
There's like 100 people in here.
Anywho, yeah. Let's, oh, shoot. Cancel. We gotta do a wrap-up procedure first. There we are. Let's throw a Smilodon skull under our credits. Thank you to everybody who's about to be named in our credits here, from new followers and raiders to subscribers and gifters and cheerers and the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you to the moderators, too, who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody and help keep me sane. Appreciate you helping set the tone around here, mods. It's a vital task, and I couldn't do it without you. Thank you. We're going to go raid in a Snail Chaser, who is an old friend of mine. We grew up together, went to the same school from kindergarten up through middle school, basically. So Snell Chaser is an old friend of mine. He's